language. May I come in?
That's for me, yes. Yes. I should be standing here?
Like that? No.
Okay.
Like that.
But I have to switch or not?
No. Why you have to switch?
Where do I stand?
Better there.
Yes, can you take me there? Because where to...
Sorry.
A, dobra. Gdzie kurtka?
So,
Będziesz tu gdzieś, nie?
we are ready. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome, Your Excellencies. It's absolutely a delight to have you with us. I would like to make sure, Mr. President, very welcome. Mr. Vice President, very welcome. Madam Vice Prime Minister, very welcome. And of course, our Colonel, very welcome. We are here together for the fourth time, actually, in a row. Third year, fourth time in a row, this time with an exhibition, Your Country First, Win With Us. And different than other years, we have not only Ukrainian artists, but also international artists here. I'll be happy to give you a tour after the exhibition, but first, it's my honor to introduce the founder of the PinchukArtCentre, the Victor Pinchuk Foundation, and the East One Group, Mr. Pinchuk.
Yeah, thank you, Bjorn. Dear friends, thank you very much. This morning you are here with us. We want to present to you our project, Your Country First, Win With Us. Not everybody likes these words, Your Country First, because somebody thinks it's about isolationism. I disagree. I like this Your Country First, and this is absolutely not about isolationism, because it's an obligation of any heads of state. For example, American president must put interest of his country first, and Polish president must put interest of his country first, and Lithuanian prime minister must put interest of his country first, and etc., etc., etc. And I will say even more and stronger, I love America first, and Poland first, Lithuania first, etc., etc., because if your national interest first, it means in the end that Ukraine must win, because America first means that on the top of priorities of the United States is national security. And it means that America cannot allow our crazy enemy to win in Ukraine. And you cannot allow to win our crazy enemy in Ukraine. And somebody thinks we support Ukraine for too long. This is your fight for independence. Yes, this is our fight for independence, but there is big but. You have to fight here for your national interest. And this is our message of this exhibition of 2025. In previous 3 years, 22, 23, 24, we tried to get under the skin of decision makers with a message that you have, with a message of compassion to brave Ukrainians. We tried to show here Russian war crimes, the suffering of Ukrainians. And it was our message, because we understood, and it worked, we understood if Western decision makers will see this, they will supply more weapons and quicker. And it worked, but it almost doesn't work now. Because people in the West very often think, no, we already have helped Ukrainians a lot. Of course, we're together with Ukrainians. It's shame that brave Ukrainians suffer so much, but we have our problems. And that's why we organize this exhibition, to show this is in your deepest interest, in your deepest national interest to fight. You cannot allow our crazy enemy to win. here you see, of course, many people. Thank you. It's not easy to see, but this is, as example, this piece of Belgian artist David Clarebot, and he wanted to show beautiful Western world and how it's easy to destroy this beautiful Western world if you will not fight. It's very easy and very fast. And if you will not fight for your interest in Ukraine. And here, this is very powerful piece by Ukrainian artist Alexei Sai. This one word, this sculpture, one word, Volia, and Ukrainian, yes, by the way, he took these letters from the city name of small Ukrainian city on the front line. You can see, and this word, Volia, means in Ukrainian freedom and will at the same time. It means if you want to protect and save your freedom, you have to have will. Please have a will to win with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinchuk. And now I would like to introduce you to the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Minister Svyrydenko. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, dear President, dear guests, dear all. Thank you for being with us. I think everybody knows that leitmotif of this Davos Forum is collaboration for the intelligent aid. But I would add a small addition to this motto, and I would say that collaboration in age of transformation of the global order. For the first time since World War II, we see the world in such turbulence, and the storm rocking this boat is Russia. Following the butterfly effect principle, the Russia started in Ukraine affects not only peace in our country, but peace in your country as well. A simple example is unprecedented growth in global wheat price at the beginning of large-scale invasion. But we have also a fresh example from the last year covered by Bloomberg, when Russia attacks Ukrainian underground gas storages, and it has influence on the prices in Europe. Every strike Russia targets on Ukraine, it's a strike on a global economy. And if we want to have a global economy to be stable, we must stop Russia. There is no other way for us, because as long as stability is absent in Ukraine, it would obviously will be absent in Europe and globally. This exhibition, Your Country First, Win With Us, reflects its reality. It challenges us to see Ukrainian story as a part of a shared global narrative, and to consider how our future are connected in ways we may not always realize. The exhibition also reminds me pain. I remember the last Davos and Ukrainian House, and it was covered with videos of Ukrainians, of their civil life. And one of the video that was very emotional for me, it was the video of a 25-year paramedic. Her name was Irina Tsibuch. And her video was among the others on the wall here in Ukrainian House. And a few months later, Irina died, serving her country, 1 month just before her 26th year university. And Irina left behind a posthumous letter. And in this letter, there is very strong, for me, heartbreaking dedication to freedom I could ever read. So freedom is the highest value, she said. But to have the strength to be free, we must be brave. For me, it's not just a message for us, for Ukrainians, it's a message for the global society. And to let us brave, it's mean to have will. You're absolutely right. The word freedom and volia, so svoboda and volia, Ukrainian, it's actually one word not going without another one. And to stop this war, we need to have will. Will for lasting peace, will to strengthen sanctuary policy, will to mutual support, will to provide us with weapons, will to invest in Ukraine and strengthen our economy, and will to make the right choice that can build a stronger, more united and more resilient world. So thank you for walking this path with us. And I think that together we can reach more, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce the President of the Republic of Poland, President Duda.
Drodzy przyjaciele, szanowny panie prezydencie, szanowni państwo premierzy, szanowny panie prezesie, drodzy przybyli goście, drodzy ukraińscy przyjaciele, drodzy gospodarze.
Dear friends, respected Mr. President, respectful Prime Ministers, Mr. CEO, dear guests, dear Ukrainian friends.
Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie po raz kolejny tutaj na to ukraińskie spotkanie, które dla mnie rozpoczyna tegoroczne Światowe Forum Ekonomiczne w Davos.
Thank you very much for extending this invitation to me. This is once again an opportunity to visit you here, and to me, this is a start of this World Economic Forum in Davos.
Dla mnie to z jednej strony zaszczyt i przyjemność, że mogę być z wami dzisiaj tu, w tym ukraińskim miejscu w Davos.
To me, on the one hand, this is an honor and a pleasure to be able to be here with you today in this Ukrainian place in Davos.
Ale z drugiej strony to ogromny żal i ból, że ta wojna jeszcze się nie zakończyła i że rosyjskie wojska cały czas atakują Ukrainę.
But on the other hand, I'm deeply regretful and I feel a huge pain because this war has still not come to an end and Russian troops are still attacking Ukrainian cities.
Ból z powodu okupacji, jaką przeżywają moi ukraińscy sąsiedzi, ból z powodu cierpienia, które przeżywają, kiedy giną ich najbliżsi, kiedy zostają ranni, kiedy burzone są ich domy, kiedy zabierane jest ich życie.
There is a pain that I feel when I look at the occupation of my neighbors and their land. Also, I feel pain when I look at the suffering when their loved ones perish, when their houses are destroyed, when their lives are taken away.
Wiem jedno, tak jak i wy wszyscy. Wszyscy chcemy, żeby ta rosyjska agresja na Ukrainę zakończyła się jak najszybciej, żeby została zatrzymana.
And I know one thing, just like all of us know one thing. All of us want that this Russian aggression against Ukraine ends as soon as possible, that it is stopped as soon as possible.
Ale nikt z nas, którzy patrzymy na to odpowiedzialnie, nie może myśleć, że to obojętne w jaki sposób ta wojna się zakończy.
However, nobody of us who looks in a responsible way at the situation right now can stay indifferent. Nobody can stay indifferent to how this war will come to an end.
Tak, to spotkanie jest pod hasłem Twój kraj pierwszy, Twój kraj najważniejszy.
Yes, the motto of this meeting is your country first. Your country is the most important.
I to prawda, że dla prezydenta Ukrainy najważniejsza jest Ukraina, to oczywiste. Dla prezydenta Polski najważniejsza jest Polska. Dla prezydentów innych krajów najważniejsze są ich państwa, bo po to zostali wybrani przez swoich współobywateli, przez swoich wyborców, żeby reprezentowali ich interesy i żeby one były dla nich najważniejsze.
Yes, indeed, it is true, and it is quite obvious that to the president of Ukraine, it is Ukraine which is the most important. To the president of Poland, it is Poland which is the most significant. And to the presidents of other countries, it is their respective states which are the most important. Because that is the reason why they were elected by their compatriots, by their voters, to represent the interests of their individual countries in the first place.
Ale właśnie z tego powodu, że wszyscy reprezentujemy interesy swoich krajów, a z całą pewnością w naszym ogólnym interesie jest to, aby nigdy nie pozwolić na agresję na nasze państwa. Ta wojna nie może się zakończyć obojętnie jak.
And the reason is obvious, because all of us represent our own interests, and exactly because all of us represent our individual interest, it is in the interest of all of us, it is our general interest to never let another aggression happen. And that is why it is not indifferent how this war comes to an end.
I dlatego powiem wam jedno, z punktu widzenia mojego kraju Polski, tak jak ja widzę jej interes, sprawą oczywistą jest, że ta wojna nie może się zakończyć zwycięstwem Rosji.
And I'm going to tell you one thing, which is Poland's point of view. It is in the interest of our country, but also in the interest of others. It is quite obvious that this war must not end with the victory of Russia.
Nie może się zakończyć zwycięstwem agresora, nie może się zakończyć zwycięstwem tego, kto napadł, nie może się zakończyć zwycięstwem tego, kto realizuje swoje imperialne ambicje. On musi ponieść porażkę.
It must not end with the victory of an aggressor. It must not end with the victory of an invader. It must not win with the victory of the one who is realizing their own imperialist interests. And that is why this war must finish with a failure of that invader.
I żebyśmy się dobrze zrozumieli, ta porażka będzie polegała na skarceniu jego imperialnych ambicji.
And to make things absolutely clear, that defeat of the invader will consist in telling off the imperial ambitions of the aggressor.
Na tym, że zostaną one zatrzymane i nie zostaną zaspokojone.
The thing is that those imperial ambitions are stopped and they are not satisfied.
Dla mnie to będzie oznaczało istnienie i odbudowę niepodległej, suwerennej Ukrainy w jej międzynarodowo uznanych granicach.
And to me, that is going to mean the rebuilding of a sovereign, independent Ukraine, the existence of a sovereign and independent Ukraine in its internationally recognized borders.
I wierzę w to głęboko, że wy myślicie tak samo.
And I firmly believe that you think the same.
Tak? I płacicie za to straszliwą cenę w postaci tego symbolicznego obrazu tutaj przestrzelonych liter, które stanowiły element nazwy miasta zniszczonego w czasie wojny.
And you are paying a horrible price for that. And what we can see here behind our backs is the symbol of that price. We can see here a symbol with letters shot, with letters which represented the name of a city.
Ale przybyłem tutaj zarazem z radością do tego ukraińskiego miejsca w Davos.
But at the same time, I have arrived here with joy to this Ukrainian place in Davos.
Bo choć jest ono widomym symbolem cierpienia Ukrainy,
Because although it is a visible symbol of the suffering of Ukraine,
to jest ono zarazem symbolem tego, że Ukraina cały czas istnieje, walczy i skutecznie się broni.
at the same time, it is the symbol of the fact that Ukraine still exists, that it is fighting, and that it is defending itself in an efficient way.
Przypomnę wam, że kiedy wojna się rozpoczynała, to na świecie mówiono, że potrwa ona może 3 dni.
Let me remind you that when this war started, we heard voices in the world which were saying that it would last perhaps 3 days.
Że w tym czasie rosyjskie wojska opanują Kijów i Ukraina znajdzie się w ich rękach.
That within the period of 3 days, Russian troops would conquer Kiev and that Ukraine will be in the hands of Russians.
Wkrótce miną 3 lata, a Ukraina broni się nadal.
Soon it will be 3 years and Ukraine is still defending itself.
A naszym obowiązkiem jest i w interesie naszych krajów jest, by Ukraina się obroniła skutecznie.
And it is our duty and it lies in the interest of our countries to make sure that Ukraine defends itself efficiently.
I wszyscy ci, którzy są uczciwi i chcą porządku i spokoju na świecie, muszą Ukrainie pomóc w tym, aby zdołała to zrealizować.
And all of those who are honest and who want to have order and peace in the world have to help Ukraine to make this happen.
To dlatego właśnie tutaj jesteśmy razem z panem premierem jako wasi sąsiedzi i przyjaciele po to, żeby powiedzieć tak, jesteśmy z wami i nie opuścimy was.
And that is why we are here with you, together with the Prime Minister, together with our friends, to tell you that yes, we stand with you and we are not going to leave you alone.
I niezależnie od różnych wichrów, ja działając w interesie mojego kraju Polski, powtarzam to cały czas od 3 lat, od 23 lutego 2022 roku, kiedy kilka godzin przed rozpoczęciem rosyjskiej agresji mówiłem to Wołodymyrowi Zełenskiemu.
And despite of all the turbulences that we have gone through, I keep repeating the same thing all the time. It is in the interest of Poland. And I've been repeating that for 3 years almost right now, since the 23rd of February 2022, when I said exactly the same words to Volodymyr Zelensky.
Nie opuścimy was i uczynimy wszystko, aby niepodległa, suwerenna Ukraina trwała i była częścią wolnego świata.
No, we are not going to leave you alone, and we are going to go to all strides and do everything to make sure that an independent and sovereign Ukraine exists and that it is a part of the free world.
Niech Pan Bóg ma w swojej opiece mój kraj Polskę, niech Pan Bóg ma w swojej opiece Ukrainę.
May God bless my country, Poland. May God bless Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now it's my honor to introduce the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Prime Minister Paluckas.
Your Excellencies, Ukrainian friends, distinguished guests, it's a great honor to join all of you here today at the Ukrainian House in Davos for the opening of the exhibition, Your Country First, Win With Us. On 24th of February, we will mark the 3rd anniversary of Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. We count these days of this bloody conflict with deep pain, knowing that each passing day brings more suffering to the Ukrainian people, lives lost, loved ones taken, homes destroyed, and constant fear as they anxiously await the next wail of warning sirens and the need to seek shelter. Many Ukrainians have been forced to flee their homes and leave everything familiar behind to survive. All of this because of imperialist ambitions, the greed of Russian dictators, and their belief that they stand above us all, above the law, democracy, and basic human decency. The first official visit of new Lithuanian government was to Ukraine. We have made it clear that we stand with Ukraine and will support its resistance with all our strength. We will remain steadfast in our support until Ukraine's victory and beyond. We will actively work toward Ukraine's rapid integration into NATO and European Union. The strength of Europe and its allies lies in unity and the awareness that together we're strongest. Only by speaking with one voice can we defend ourselves and secure our future. Ukraine is not only fighting for its country, its people, and its national identity, it is fighting for all of us, for the entire democratic free world founded on the rule of law and respect for fundamental human rights. In these times of geopolitical turbulence, we must recognize that the promise of never again is not merely words, but a solemn commitment. Now is the time to demonstrate that we not only make promises, but also act responsibly to fulfill them. Equally, we must do everything in our power to ensure that future generations live in a free world, one where they have the right to create, to grow as individuals, and to live without fear or isolation. Thank you to all the soldiers who are defending Ukraine and all of us, risking their lives on the front lines. Thank you everyone actively supporting Ukraine, sending donations and contributing to its victory. Thank you to those spreading the word about why this war in Ukraine is so critical and consequential for the future of us all. What kind of a world do we want to live in tomorrow? There is no alternative but the victory of Ukraine and all of us. Together we will win. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much. And now, last but certainly not least, I would like to introduce Senior Flight Inspector of the Army Aviation Command of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, Colonel Shliukharchuk. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm honored stand before you in the heart of the Davos at the Ukrainian house. I speak behind their soldiers and Ukrainian citizens who are not only defending our sovereignty, but also fight for their shared freedom and security. As a pilot, as a peacekeeper, I participated in many conflicts. Liberia, Sierra Leone, Democratic Republic of Congo, Mali, Sudan. But there was nothing compared to their technological warfare unfolding in the Ukraine today. My motherland became as a fire range for testing for testing cutting-edge technology like precision weapons, drones, sophisticated communication system, cybersecurity solutions. This all provides from our partners. But technology alone could not bring us to the victory. Moreover, delay in the delivery process cost the lives. It extend their war in the Europe. By the way, do you know what is their hardest part of the pilot's preparation? It is the teaching them to make a right decision in the right place, in the right time. This decision contains three main parts. First, it is prepared procedure for uncertain situation. It is quick reaction, and it is their experience to correctly assess the critical situation. However, the result, the success in the air, not depends solely on the pilot. It's rely to their vast system that interconnected some measures, like ground crew, like intelligence, even weather, their communications, and so on. And the success, the outcomes, the good outcomes of the results depends on the success of each element within this system. Today, we find us in this situation. Today, the war in Ukraine requires collective action. Each ally contribute significant, important things to the victory. Together we are unity. Our strength in the unity, and our strength bring us to the better world, to the future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colonel. Thank you very much. And now, with this, we conclude our opening ceremony. You are all very much invited to view the exhibition, but I would implore that everybody now goes up to the second floor, where we, without break, continue with our discussion program, where you can listen and hear Ukrainian heroes speak further. Thank you very much.
we can start. And I think we have all been enjoying the opening of the Ukraine House. We meet here in the presence of our distinguished president of the board of YES, President Krasniewski. But it is my honor, and I'm Carl Bildt. I'm also on the board, and coming from a somewhat more northerly country has a yellow and blue flag, and that is called Sweden. It's a very nice color. We're going to listen to the professional experience of some people here, 4 people, who have been in the very front lines of fighting for the freedom of Ukraine and accordingly for the freedom, peace and security of Europe. And allow me first, while you get seated, all of you, see if there's anyone else entering before we start, or before I start, to give what I fear will be sort of in fairly short presentation. First, we have Christina Boychuk here.
Yeah.
That was roughly,
That's correct.
Roughly right translation, not too bad. Who's been serving in the National Guard of Ukraine since 2013. Charkiv National Academy of the National Guard, have been doing strategic communications, has been involved in energizing young people to be part of the armed forces, has been active in gender issues. It says that we've been fighting stereotypes within the military environment, and they do exist. I think we know that in all countries around the world, and has also been in sort of frontline duty. I see that you've been deputy commander of a mortar battery, which impresses me anyhow. And now we are working quite a lot with the implementation of technical solutions of different sorts in the National Guard in the Ukraine Armed Forces. And then we have Dmitry Finanshin, more or less pronounced rightly. That's a professional soldier, hero of Ukraine. Has been active, well, in 2015 in the anti-terrorist operation, as it was called in those days, and has been severe injuries, including losing his left hand, has been a data analyst for unmanned systems, and has been decorated as a hero of Ukraine by the president, also the Order of the Gold Star. Is also advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs for veteran policy, focusing on rehabilitation, obviously, that is necessary, medical and psychological support. And then we have Mr. Tatarin, who is the man who's hiding. And he's hiding for one particular reason, and that is because he's a Tatar from Crimea, and has been fighting in Crimea, has been fleeing Crimea, obviously. But I would guess that, it doesn't say in my notes, but I would guess that you still have family and friends and relations on Crimea, and that makes it important to recognize the fact that your identity should not be all over the social and media sphere. You were active in unrest and protest in Crimea after the Russian occupation, but have since then been fighting with the territorial defense brigades along the front lines, and is now operating primarily as a drone operator in the strike drone platoon, which is called in English the Wretched, and that sounds impressive. Daniel Salem, Salem, thanks, who will be helping with the translation as well. Is a television presenter, restaurateur, who has demonstrated remarkable dedication to his country through military service. He has enlisted in the territorial defense before advancing to special forces on the front lines and been, I understand, involved in quite a number of reconnaissance and sabotage operations in different parts of the front line, Kherson, Kharkov, and he does show the sort of how people are coming from different walks of life and are recruited to the armed forces and do remarkable service to their country, and I would say to us all, because the defense of Ukraine is not only, for you it is primarily the defense of Ukraine, it should be. For us, it's also the defense of Europe and defense of the international order. I have one question only for you, but it's fairly fundamental. What are you fighting for? Ladies first.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kristina Boychuk. I'm Major of National Guard of Ukraine. I try to repeat. I'm very nervous. For me, it's very respectful to be with you in their place, but it was very nervous because my brother in arms in Ukraine fight for our independence and our freedom. It's very important to understand that it's not freedom and independence of Ukraine, it's freedom and democracy of all the world. And that's why we are, and I'm especially there. Why we are fight? I was born in independence Ukraine. We have solution for different problems internal in our Ukraine. But when Russia occupied Crimea and tried to occupy east of Ukraine in 2014, all strong person in Ukraine stay at defense. A lot of my friends die in this war, especially my friends Ira Cheka Tsebuch, who died in Kharkivska Oblast. She was medic, hospitalier, and they fight for all important for every one person in the world, for freedom, for love, for relation, and I fight for this person who died and all my people, all my person, all my friends who with me in this war. Thank you.
Thank you. Dmitry?
Good morning. No, it's okay. I am extremely glad to see you all here. Thank you for inviting me for your contribution to our common cause. Frankly speaking, this question, what you're fighting for, is kind of banal to me. Why are we fighting? That's basic. These are the things that are taken for granted. That's the existence of our country, of our nation. That's freedom, that's life, that's democracy. I won't be elaborating any more on that, but I would ask myself a different question. Not what are you fighting for, but why or because of who are we fighting? Who caused us to fight? It's the aggressor who started its aggression in 2014, and a year later I joined the armed forces. I was 21 then. Did I want to fight? No, I wanted to continue my studies, to develop, to gain a profession, but now I am a professional military officer, and it is my destiny now. I was during this all-out war for 3 months there while saving my wounded brother in arms. I was also injured and we managed to get evacuated. So I had 2 wounds and I stayed for 2 days and nights in the gray zone, so-called. But I managed to survive and I'm here with you, which pleases me immensely. But generally speaking, I will say we did not want this war, and we want it to end as soon as possible. We want the whole world to contribute to bringing pressures to bear to those who caused this war. One aggressor who thought that they are plenipotent, omnipotent, that they can just do it like this and invade another country and start killing hundreds and thousands of people, injuring and wounding even more, doing some unspeakable things. And now we in Ukraine are fighting for the title of the world champions in fighting this unequal war. Yes, they do have problems with the personnel, with equipment, with armaments, but we also feel this shortage. So we have to adjust to these circumstances. We have to be very ingenious. We have to be looking and searching for some cheap materials to make armaments of those. Thus, we changed the entire defense doctrine. And now, sometimes Russians fight on electric scooters. Can you imagine that? And they are also adjusting to the circumstances. It's a tiny target, very quick one, and it is very difficult to kill this target. So imagine, everyone thinks that Russia is a mammoth, yeah, that superpower as they try to position themselves. But they use electric scooters to do their storms or meat-grinding storms. And that's what I am reading in the news. That's what I hear in the overheard communications. And their commanders say just kill one who refuses to go and storm Ukrainian positions, and then everyone will have to go after. They would never refuse to fight. So imagine what enemy we have. They are unprecedented. They are very brutal, and we pay an ultimate price for our freedom. We are fighting with very strained resources, but beware, today it's us who are fighting, but tomorrow this could be you. So learn from our mistakes, learn from our experience. We are not a very wealthy country. We are not at the cutting edge of technologies or industrial development, perhaps, but don't be too proud, right? Look at us and look what the modern warfare is like. Because unless you learn from our experience, you will have to fight with the lives of your countrymen and countrywomen. So let us learn together. We've got together, we've got a huge potential. So join in, learn from our experience, contribute to our victory. And together we will win. Russia should be forced to stop this war. And I would like to ask you about the following. Quite recently, we compared the number of personnel in the armed forces and border guards in different countries. In the Baltic states, for example, what they've got, the contingent that they've got on their border with Russia is minute. Just look at the length of the border with the Russian Federation. I hope it will never turn into the front line. But if Russians do aspire to conquer you, they will be able, because this front line will be very long. We've made this mistake several times, and we are paying a very high price. So get prepared, be prepared for the worst, so that worst never comes. And let us work together.
Thank you. Mr. Tatarin?
Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, I would like to apologize for having to cover my face. I would wish to talk to you with an open face, but I cannot afford doing this. Since 2014, my home has been occupied. I come from the Crimean Peninsula, where Russians conduct repressions, and they are particularly brutal towards the Crimean Tatars, who are the indigenous people there. I have fought for 2 years in infantry. Now I am the operator of the drone. And what I've learned from this war is that you do not fight when it is convenient to you, or when you are disposed to that, or when you have an opportunity. We fight when we have to. I didn't want to fight. I am a totally civilian person. I worked as an actor. I also worked in medicine, and I hope to develop as a professional, as a medical professional. But in 2014, Russians came to my home and they said that I am a collaborator with Ukrainians because I didn't want Crimea to be part of Russia. And many Crimean Tatars had to flee their homes. Those who didn't were convicted for 25 years to stay in Russian jails somewhere in the Far East, which is just common practice in the occupied Crimea and in temporarily occupied territories of mainland Ukraine. And my father told me then that now that you are living, you are choosing the side that you are going to defend later. And he proved to be true. And 1 year before the all-out war, it dawned on me that we are about to fight. And when the all-out war started, when the Russia invaded, I understood that I couldn't flee anymore because there's nowhere to flee. So I was forced to take up arms and fight against them. And I've been fighting for almost 3 years now. Why? Because I'm the first generation of the Crimean Tatars who were born in Crimea after the deportation of 1944. My parents and my grandparents were oppressed, had to live in other lands. But now I want to live in Crimea. I don't ask anyone to fight for me, to fight instead of me, but I'm asking you to help us to fight so that we can come back to our homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniel?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for giving us a great opportunity to be here. We're all about opportunities right now. It's a really strong word, opportunity. The question why I'm fighting, why I'm doing what I'm doing, started in 2015 when the most beautiful Ukrainian girl was born. It's my daughter. I had a great life, a simple and really peaceful life, being a TV host, doing what I did, counting that I was a military person in Lebanon, 17, 18, and 19 years old. And my 19 years old, closer to 20, I came to Ukraine. And I'm thankful to Ukraine for my daughter, And I think that's the most privileged thing, to have someone such as beautiful as a Ukrainian girl being held by my hands, and such a devastating thing when 24th of February I had to tell goodbye to her and to pack her bags and just leave her. I think this is the worst thing what a father can do, just to say goodbye to his daughter, to his children, and live without them. We're all here lost someone, said goodbye to someone. And I think this is my duty. It's even more as an obligation to say thank you to my land. I was born in Ukraine. And it's not a question of I want to or I don't want to. This is an obligation. I think every man, every woman, every person who is fighting on the front has this reason, has the reason of thankfulness to his own land, that he was born there and he has to protect it. I saw a writing on the wall. It takes 1 day from Brussels to get to Ukraine, right? It was written downstairs. And I thought, it took us 24 hours to get here, right? This is so close. 24 hours to get here. The bombs that are being tackled on our fields, on our land, is so close to the lands of the Europe. And believe me, I'm so thankful that I can take my daughter and give safely to European countries. I'm so thankful for that. And I'm sure I'm thankful for every child that is being raised in Europe right now. Thank you for giving them education. Thank you for giving them food. Thank you for giving them shelters. It's not about, you know, that the chair doesn't stand on 3 legs. The whole world is a chair, and if you take one leg, it will fall. And we all saw that Russia will not stop moving forward. It's not about principles. It's about just being greedy. It's about fairness. It's about balance in the world. We cannot tolerate an aggressor. We cannot tolerate terrorism. We cannot tolerate the word I want. It's simply, you know, when we were kids, they used to teach us it's unfair. Simply unfair. And right now, maybe we are grateful that we can be here, really. And after 5 days, all of us, I know we talked, all of us will go back to the front line and will continue to do what we do. We all have fractures, injuries. We are all broken down mentally. This is what's more important. Because our body is just a machine that can work throughout. But imagine how bad and uncomfortable is an environment in our head. I'm not even talking about the emotional things. We smile and we're grateful that we can be here. But don't be confused with the outward appearance and how easily we can speak to you about that. We adapted, and we don't really want that you would have the time to adapt. We don't want that. Because believe me, it's a high price. And Dmitry knows what he was talking about. He's there from 2015. And every price is paid by your friend, Irina, which I knew too. Can you imagine? She wrote a letter before dying. She had the will. She had the power. She knows that her words will be fighting for her after she dies. I just want you to imagine how fearless and how unstoppable Ukrainians can be Yes, we're a small country in a matters of finance, economy. I'm not a politician. I'm far from politics. But the thing is, they said for 3 days. The only thing they took for 3 days is our strength, our aggressive protectiveness of our land, and already 3 years. And every one of us, and I can speak for myself, I can speak for the people that I know, my colleagues, my brotherhoods, no one will stop until the last breath. And can you honestly ask yourself a question? Would you want to be on our places? It's an honest question. We're plain talkers here. Not only, it's not about diplomacy. It's not about just about we're all human beings. This is about saving the humanity. This is about the humanity in general. We're all the same, made from the same tissues, blood, bones. And the only thing that stops right now an idiot, a heartless and ruthless idiot, from getting forward is this small and brave Ukraine. On a map, for me, we're the biggest nation, and I'm so proud to be Ukrainian. I'm really proud. And I'm proud that my daughter is Ukrainian. And I'm proud that my daughter is studying in Europe. And I know that she will be someone. Again, thanks to you. Thanks to that. So you took the children and allowed them to have this education. And what are we right now fighting for is our mental rights, mental emotions, mental perspective. We want to dream. I'm sure every one of us have dreams. We want to continue living our simple life. I want more kids. You know, kids are beautiful. They're really the heart of our life. But can I? No. Have I rights of thinking of continuing a family right now? No. It's really easy to dream, but it's hard to have a privilege to dream. I know I already said more than I could. Thank you so much. But just wanted you to know that the enemy is much more closer than you think. Much more closer. And the video that we saw of a European house that you were talking about, it's a beautiful European house that can be easily destroyed. And it's not only about attacking the bombs, the military, it's easily destroyed by the lies of the aggressor that we are eating every day. And we're letting him. The only thing we can do is to fight back. Attack, fight back. We die, the other comes, and they continue to attack. And the only thing you can do, and what we are asking for you to do, is to help information-wise, medical-wise, weaponry-wise. Whatever it takes for an idiot, bless you, medical-wise. Whatever it takes for the aggressor not to come to your houses. Because Dmitry said the right thing. We don't want for you to pay the same price that we paid. And the letters are written with blood, not ink. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Glory to Ukraine.
All of you, you said in your intervention, Daniel, that Ukraine is a small country.
No, I meant it can look like not on the map. We're big.
Right.
We're vast.
But sorry. Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. I forgot very important things for me and my brother and sister in arm. Can I take a minute of memory for our all people who died against Russia aggression?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say that on your small country thing, I was going to sort of say you are wrong.
I was metaphoric
Yes,
about that.
quite. Because I mean, you are a great country, and you have demonstrated that by the great sacrifices and contribution that you four persons are the examples of, but not the symbols of. I mean, go back 3 years in time. Let's have perspective on things. 3 years in time, most of the world said, he's not going to attack Ukraine. There are limits to the stupidity of this guy. That turned out to be wrong. Then when he did, I mean, let's be honest, most of the world said Ukraine is not going to survive. It was going to be 3 days or 3 weeks or perhaps 3 months. That was the overwhelming view of nearly everyone. Now, nearly 3 years down the road, Russia controls less than 20% of the territory of Ukraine. That's bad, unacceptable, and should not be allowed to stand. But it's less than 20% after, and this huge military machine, this huge country, has been trying to get rid of you. And in spite of thousands and thousands of missiles and drones and whatever, Ukraine is still there.
And will be.
And the economy is, I mean, no one, I would say, would have expected, if anyone had been given the number of missiles and the number of bombs and the number of drones, and asked, is the Ukraine economy, is the Ukraine society going to survive this? Everyone would have said, nope, it will not. But it's there. And that is because of the sort of, the basic thing why this has happened is really your answer to my very fundamental question. What are you fighting for? Because you have the morale, the will, the determination to defend your country. And I think what will eventually make you victorious is the fact that if you look across the front line at the people there, insofar as you see them, but you see more of them than anyone here there, I don't think that they know what they are fighting for. They fight because they've been sent there, they've been paid, they've been ordered, but that will never make them as determined, as willing, and as courageous as you are. And that at the end of the day is far more important than the bombs and the tanks or whatever. I'm not going to say that that is unimportant, it's very important. But at the end of the day is the determination, the will of a nation and all of its inhabitants to achieve something that decides. And thank you for what you said. You are extremely good representatives of what makes Ukraine a great nation, and so far have been doing far, 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 far better than anyone expected. More to come, that's for certain. Please.
If I may add, about what Russians are fighting for. They are paid huge money and they are forced to fight, but we shouldn't underestimate them because many of them come to our country to kill us. They kill civilians, they shoot civilians, and every month we see videos where they behead our prisoners of war. They do that because they are ordered to do so, but also they are willing to do so. So I first reformatted my own thinking, my own mentality when I realized that they have come to kill us. That's what they are after. They want our death. They want our failure. It's not Putin's war. It's the war of the Russian people. So all those atrocities, all of those war crimes are being committed by the Russian soldiers. They do have the will, and this will is to kill us.
I saw little girls who were raped by the Russian soldiers. We were the first unit to fight and get through the assault of Kherson region. We were the first 4 soldiers to get inside the city. I was one of them. And when the people started to come to us, in seconds, when they hugged us, we heard stories in the term of life, but they said it in a couple of seconds. How they were tortured, how were they raped. We came to the houses of a family where an 8-year-old girl, my daughter is 9, and she was raped by a Russian soldier. My friend is right. They have an idea of non-human. I don't know what's taking them there. I don't know what kind of education they had or who taught them this. But they don't have any soul, and you were right. They're quality or they're quantity, and we are quality. That's the main difference between us. And we saw this. This is they're making crimes that I think they should all. I don't want to say be alive, or they should sit all in prison. A big, betonic prison with their leader.
That should happen. I think we all agree on that. Time is running, and
another thing that I would like to add, reflecting to what you said about our determination that we are looking beyond the front line. Our enemy is not worse. They are looking far behind our front line. They look deep into our country, and they look even beyond Ukrainian borders. They are looking on to Europe. They are extremely motivated. Those who are not are forced to be motivated. And as I told you just, and as my colleague told you, one will be killed if he refuses to fight, and then others would move on because they are after money, and sometimes they're not even forced. I read some of the tapped or scripts of the tapped telephone conversations. They capture our prisoners of war and they kill them willingly, and they then film that and they post it online. Not because they are ordered to do so, as a colleague of mine said, but because they want to. Yeah, they do have souls, but those are black souls. So we have to be very cautious, very careful. They would not have mercy on anyone. They would not stop. Now that they can be moving on, they are moving on, and they will continue to do so. Sometimes they are moving faster than even they wanted, and they are moving and moving and moving in waves. 2 people, 10 people, in smaller groups, in larger groups. Some of them with broken legs will be storming our positions having crutches. Can you imagine? So they are motivated after all. So be very careful. Remember that, because sooner or later this war will be over. And I would like to underscore this idea in the context of what Daniel told you. You can come back from home, not always, but when we come back physically, our souls, our minds are still in that fight. And the war changes you beyond repair, beyond returning. We have reached this point of no return mentally. So, and those people, I mean Russians, some of them will go unpunished because there are so many, and some of them might come to your countries later, and they would not doubt to take human lives just because of their whim, just for fun. So again, be very careful. Do not open your doors gladly. Do not welcome them with smiles. Remember what they're capable of.
Напевно, що варто додати.
One more thing, if I may. What we see now is the international rhetorics about supporting Ukraine. So I wish that people who hear us now, who are supporting Ukraine, could speak up, because they understand why we are fighting for, what we are fighting for. And this demonstration of power by Russian might be intimidating to some nations. And they are far away from Russia, and they might think that it will never affect them. But Putin would not let democratic free countries to develop naturally, organically, and democratically. So it is the inflection time to choose this side, whether they want to be on the side of fairness and good, or on the side of the imperialistic ambitions of the Russian Federation.
And I have to say that I think that support for Ukraine remains very strong. The problem that is there is that the world is a very increasingly messy place. I mean, you see that around Davos. You would think that with Russian aggression, this would be the dominating issue. Well, the problem is, yeah, support is strong for Ukraine, absolutely, no question about that, but there are so many other issues. The world is getting an increasingly complicated place. War in the Middle East, confrontation with China, trade wars, technology changes. So the agenda, the global agenda is crowded. And our task, your task, is to defend your country, which you are doing heroically. And our task is to mobilize the political or whatever support that we know is important to you. It's not decisive, because decisive is what you do, but what we can do is important, and that we are trying to do. With that, we got roughly 4 minutes left. Is there anyone who has any question of profound relevance? Yes.
Sure. Many thanks. In April last year, I had the opportunity to meet one of your colleagues, Hanna Vasek. And Hanna, she served on, well, you know her, yeah?
Yeah.
For all the others, yeah, she served on the front lines, and she was retrieving, yeah, heavily injured personnel from the front line, yeah? And she told us about the 5 seconds warning and alert you receive, yeah, when there's incoming bombs or rockets, etc. Yeah. And I remember this to this day. 5 seconds for me changed. Yeah. Secondly, I'm really sorry, but we do fail you. I don't agree with you. Yeah, we're by far we are not doing much, not enough. Yeah, and we could do a lot more, but we don't. Yeah, and there are many reasons why we're not doing this. Yeah, so we take away. Yeah, this is more serious than before. Yeah, it was Dare to Dream. Yeah, in April last year, we are closer to a nightmare. than Dare to Dream. Yeah, we were in April. Yeah, and I've been working with the chief economist of your president for 2.5 years. Yeah, and we have to say the situation also in terms of getting the support, the advice, yeah, is becoming more and more critical. Yeah? And with the latest developments, the uphill fight, yeah, will only get steeper. Yeah, I'm really sorry to say, yeah, but this is the situation. Yeah, and I also have no recipe what we can do and how we can do it. You will remain, and Ukraine will remain forever, but the cost is huge. Yeah. Already, yeah, and we are not sharing enough of that. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you. By that,
I can add.
Yes, please, Daniel.
Thank you that you're saying that you're maybe not doing enough, but and thank you again for these words. What you can do, and all other countries can do, is make yourself stronger, so that they cannot come to you. While you are going to be stronger, we will feel safer that we have strong partners. The conference called Your Country First. It's not just words, it's a really deep meaning. You said the right word. Don't open up these smiling doors to Russia. Be careful and think about yourself. It's like when we're saving someone, I have to save myself to save the brother. Save yourself. By that, you are saving us. Make yourself stronger. Be smarter. Make technologies. Develop. Think. You said the right words. Don't be proud. Ask for our help. We have a knowledge throughout these years, a lot of knowledge with drones, with combat, with medicine, with mostly everything which concerns the war. Here you are. We are an open platform. Use us. Make yourself stronger and help us with it. Thank you.
And I think those are better concluding words than anyone can say. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service, and all of the best for the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Mitchell.
Okay.
Hey, sir. Read your
Yep.
stuff.
Okay, welcome everybody to this, which I think is the first conversation at Davos about the future of Ukraine post-Trump inauguration. This is for the benefit of the many people who are going to be watching this online, as well as this audience here. We couldn't actually have had a better group of people to talk about this. And just in case you don't know everyone, on your far right, Charlie Gasparino, who is a senior correspondent at the Fox Business News Network. Charlie knows the Trump people very well, which is extremely important right now. Next to him is Natalia Gumenyo, co-founder of Public Interest Journalism, one of, I'm not exaggerating, the best connected and most well-informed analysts in Kiev. Very nice to see you. Next to her is Neil Ferguson, senior fellow at the Hoover Institute, a man who has interesting and controversial things to say about pretty much everything. And I think this is one no exception. And Walter Russell Mead, global columnist at the Wall Street Journal. And I think the same is true of you too. So you can have a little competition as to who can be more interesting and contrarian.
We're now the consensus.
No, you can't agree. That would be terrible.
We've become the consensus.
But let's start. This is a seriously important moment. For months, people have been speculating what President Trump would mean for Ukraine. During the campaign, he obviously said he would end the war in 24 hours. In recent weeks, that's become 100 days. He did not mention Ukraine yesterday in his inaugural address. And there is, I think, a lot of uncertainty about just exactly what he and his administration are trying to do, want to do, and over what time frame. And Charlie, since I think it's not unfair on the others to say that you know the Trump administration officials probably better than any of us, give us your best take on what you think they're going to try and do.
You should know that I've been covering Trump himself since he was lying to me about real estate developments back in the 1990s. And I actually get along with him great. Personally, he's a great guy. To sort of try to figure out what's going on in his brain cells is really difficult. I will say this. He mentioned Putin the other day, didn't he?
Yep.
He said, well, he's destroying the country. He's killing it. That's a tell, I think. I think that's a tell that he's looking for a negotiated peace. He doesn't want to be taken by Putin. He's the man for the art of the deal. The last thing he wants to look like is a schmuck in New York terms. Trust me on this. And I think that will be part of the framework of the negotiations. Now, you have to look at some of the fiscal realities and I guess some of the political realities of the U.S. right now. You know, Joe Biden didn't mind the store very well over the last 4 years. We have, and that's, I'm being generous there. We have open borders. Spent a lot of money, didn't get a lot of bang for the buck on the spending. We got 3% growth, but we have massive inflation and lagging wages. We have a real domestic economic and obviously a national security problem with the borders. So this is going to be an American first administration, no matter which way you put it. Marco Rubio has already signaled that, particularly in his comments about Ukraine. But I just don't think Trump wants to get taken to the bank by Putin. I think it makes him look weak and stupid to the world. And if I know Donald, and I call him Donald, he hates looking weak and stupid. So that's where I come out. I think it's still a question, but a lot of this is going to ride on. Listen, Bill Clinton said something really interesting once, many things, but he said, are you telling me, he said this to Bob Rubin, that a bunch of effing bond traders control the U.S. economy? Right? And Bob Rubin said, as Treasury Secretary, yes, they do. If the 10-year Treasury, and I hate to, reduce this to interest rates, but it gets into there, starts climbing to 5%. That means the global markets are worried about our debt situation. We have a $2 trillion budget deficit. The last pre-COVID budget deficit we had was $900 billion, 2019 fiscal year under Trump. That's a problem for spending in the U.S., and that will be a problem for further aid to the Ukraine.
So he doesn't want to be a loser. He wants to be a winner.
Right.
So he wants to get a good deal for America, but he doesn't want to keep on spending money on Ukraine.
And he's got Tucker Carlson whispering.
And
in
he's
his
got
ear.
Tucker Carlson, who's basically saying, forget it. Putin's the good guy. Zelensky's the bad guy.
It's a little more nuanced. Tucker's a friend of mine. Tucker would say, what's that?
Not much more.
Well,
nuanced.
what he would say is Joe Biden didn't take care of the store. I don't know the number. I used to know the number of how much aid military we gave to the Ukraine. but let's just say tens of billions of dollars, maybe hundreds of billions to the Ukraine, while we had open borders and we had this and we had that. And we have to shift our priorities, he would say. And I guarantee he's whispering that, not he's telling that to Trump right now.
So given those parameters, which I completely agree with, to our two historians here, Neil, you first, what is the deal that you could see coming together? Or is there a deal that you can see coming together?
Well, I agree with much that Charlie said, but I would add that with effect from yesterday afternoon, he stopped being the king of Mar-a-Lago and he became just the president of the United States with all the constraints, fiscal and constitutional and political, that come with the job. I think personnel is a clue to policy at this stage in any administration. We already know the national security lineup, and it's not Tucker Carlson as Secretary of State. It's Marco Rubio, and it's not Don Jr., who's national security advisor. It's Mike Waltz. And you've got General Kellogg, who's been given a role in the Russia-Ukraine negotiations. The personnel, broadly speaking, leans hawkish on Russia, and it does so because they understand statecraft 101. If you want to end a war, then you have to apply greater pressure on the aggressor, Russia, than has previously been applied. The great defect of the Biden-Harris administration was that they never delivered enough support to Ukraine, either to deter Russia in 2021 or to defeat Russia in 2022 when they were beatable in the later part of that year. And this drip feeding of military aid, it accumulated to be a substantial sum, although not as much as European aid, but it didn't deliver the kind of support that could end the war. So everybody in charge of the national security strategy understands that if you really want to deliver the win to Trump, which is ending the war, then you are going to have to lean on Putin. But the question is he willing to do that? We just heard, I think I'm right in saying, I was scanning my phone before we began, that Trump's announced a 90-day suspension of all foreign aid to review its use, and that includes Ukraine. That is not a short time in the context of this war. When the Congress suspended aid for effectively 6 months, Ukraine began to lose the war, and for the obvious reason that the Europeans could not substitute the role that the US played in terms of hardware as well as financing. So that's a bad sign, because what you really need to be doing at the moment is increasing the pressure on Russia, not reducing the aid to Ukraine. So although the national security team would be approaching this in a way that is fairly ends means rational, Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and he's listening to Tucker Carlson and he's listening to Don Jr. at least some of the time. And you know, I understand there are others in the president's family circle who have this cynical, skeptical view of Ukraine that you must all be familiar with. Oh, well, they're all corrupt. Oh, they're all making money. So I think the problem for Ukraine is that although the official custodians of national security policy are probably willing the right strategy, I think it's going to get undercut. I think it's already being undercut by the president's circle. I'll say one last thing, Zanny, because I think it's important. Russia's position is overstretched in ways that not everybody fully understands. Economically, it's overstretched. And if one looks at the recent casualties that the Russian army has suffered, it is militarily overstretched too. The gains that Russia has made at the front line in the last few months have been paid for in human life in ways that bear comparison with some of the worst conflicts in history. That is not sustainable. So there is an opportunity. You asked me what kind of a settlement do I foresee. I see a ceasefire as being a possibility. I see a ceasefire as being a possibility because both sides in fact need a ceasefire. The question is whether that ceasefire will amount to more than a temporary cessation of hostilities. I've said from early on, you can imagine a Korean War outcome where there's no peace, but there is an armistice. And the armistice settles down into a very dangerous border, and it stays that way for many years. I can envision that outcome. But it's not even guaranteed here. You needed Stalin to die for that outcome to happen in 1953. It would be great if Putin would oblige us by dying, but last I heard, he's still alive. So I think the situation can't be presented in a rosy light. This is a moment of great vulnerability for Ukraine. And I can only hope that in these 90 days, that Ukraine can hold the line and hold the line long enough for the costs on the Russian side to become intolerable. Walter?
Yeah, Walter, just before I turn to you, one more for you, Neil, because you say, I think very powerfully, that not only has this 90-day moratorium or suspension, which is 9/10 of the way to his 100 days that he was going to solve it, a problem. But as Charlie says, this is not a president who is going to want to push for more money for Ukraine. And so the idea of putting pressure on Putin by boosting support for Ukraine seems far-fetched. But there's another way, which is threats to Putin, or indeed inducements, the promise of lifting of sanctions or threats of more sanctions. Do you think, President Trump is nothing if a man full of surprises? So he's willing to say in his inaugural speech that we're going to take the Panama Canal. Is he going to say to Vladimir Putin, if you don't deal, I'm going to do X? And what might X be other than more money for Ukraine, which I agree with you, I think he's not going to do.
The great problem of this war has been that we did kabuki sanctions, where we talked about these tremendous sanctions that were going to be 8 on the Richter scale, but then we actually did not prevent the Russians continuing to earn from their hydrocarbon exports. The problem for the Biden administration was they screwed up inflation 21-22, and they were terrified of doing anything that would add even a tiny bit more to the inflation. So they did nothing meaningful to stop the Russians exporting their oil. The Trump administration could tighten the vice even more. Problem is, it also wants to do that to Iran. And if you start squeezing both Russia and Iran and trying to take their oil off the market, that's going to have some impact. So I think there are some limits as to what can be done on that side. But the critical point is that there is an option that Trump can exercise tomorrow. And that is to do to the Russian reserves what the Biden administration has not been able to do. And that is to transfer them to Ukraine for the purposes of reconstruction. And that is what should happen. And I wrote a piece in the Wall Street Journal last week with Chris Miller saying, this is something that Donald Trump can do that will cost Americans nothing, will contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine, and it will be an appropriate reparations transfer of the sort that in the past was very often imposed on aggressive countries.
But most of those reserves are held in Europe. I mean, it would make some difference, the US ones, but it's not a huge proportion of the overall reserves.
It would be a significant improvement on the current more or less meaningless exercise where the interest on the reserves is made available to Ukraine. So I think this is the kind of thing that would be part of, it'd be a typical art of the deal move to say, hey, we're taking the reserves, we're transferring them to Ukraine. I'm expecting some kind of move to put pressure on Putin. Otherwise, I don't see how he gets anywhere close to ending the war.
Just make this one quick point. He will say that if we drill, baby, drill, we can definance them. I mean, he believes that. Now, I don't know if I believe that. You guys know more about this. I know the oil markets, but
trouble is that Biden
that's a long-term thing. It's going to.
Well, no, Biden really didn't do that.
But
Biden
did increase oil production pretty significantly.
Did he release he released the petroleum reserve, which lowered the cost of gas?
U.S. fuel energy production is an all-time high.
Suppose it's going to be hard to get another 3 million barrels.
Let's just say Walter, Natalia, that we can continue this. Walter, you've thought a lot about not just Donald Trump, but also Vladimir Putin. Do you think he will agree to a deal? Is he in any mood to negotiate?
Yeah, good question. By the way, whenever you find yourself between Zanny and Neil, you know you've made some good life choices at some point in your life. You may not be sure what they are, but they were clearly there. I think Putin is Putin at this point. Putin subjectively feels that he has outclassed every Western leader he's been up against, and he's right. It is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's even more, the European and American leaders that Putin has faced for the most part have simply not understood fundamental facts of geopolitics or even their own interests. And so I think the degree of contempt with which Putin views the West should not be in any way minimized. And it will take something to shift that perception. And he certainly will, the more he sees that you want the deal, the higher the price of the deal will be. So I think Trump is aware of this. I have to say, Putin's early signals to Trump have not been particularly benign. Soon after the election, Russian television ran nude photos of Trump's wife. In Trump's world, that is a serious personal insult. Actually, in mine too, come to think of it. It really, and since then, the stream of negativity from Russia about Trump has been significant and different from the pre-election coverage. Trump pays attention to these things. So Putin is certainly not signaling vulnerability. Now, we don't know how stretched Putin feels, which may be different from how overstretched he is. And if we look at the history of Russian military collapses, they do come, but they tend to come not suddenly, but after a series of kind of, mutinies, regiments kind of dissolving in the field, sort of a 1916, 1917 kind of thing. That is not happening. At least we're not seeing early signs of that. And while the casualties have been high, as an American who's old enough to remember how people used body counts to say that North Vietnam was losing the war and the Viet Cong were useless, I am suspicious of body counts, honestly. Even, if you look, I think the British had sort of were off by a factor double the number of German planes that they shot down. They overestimated their own ability. So we don't really, I think we have to say we don't fully know. And you know what? Actually, counting dead bodies on an actual battlefield is not an easy thing to do. So we should not assume that those statistics translate 1-to-1. And then from Putin's point of view, hey, a lot of them are Chechens. A lot of them are from ethnic minorities in the Russian Federation. Well, maybe that's not the worst thing either for him or for the Russian nationalist opinion on which he believes. And if it's, Chechens, prisoners, and North Koreans, a Russian leader can fight that war longer than you might expect. Economically, obviously, it's going to be wearing on the Russians. And in the long term, that may have an effect. But in almost always economic sanctions and think of the British blockade of Germany, did play a role in the German defeat in World War I. And public dissatisfaction with living conditions really did matter. But that was 1918, and the blockade began in 1914, and it was a good deal more comprehensive than anything we've done. So, given all of this, what might Trump think? And I certainly defer to you on knowledge of him.
No one knows anything about Trump.
Right. But I'm not sure. I don't think Trump always understands how Trump thinks. It's an intuitive process, and he sort of sees something and acts on it.
And he speaks with 400 people before he makes a decision.
Well, this is
that
true.
does happen.
Yep.
Everybody from Judge Andrew Napolitano to Tucker Carlson, and everybody in between.
Right. On the Tucker stuff, I think we should remember that Trump is actually worried about his right flank. He doesn't want anybody to do to him what he sort of did to mainline Republicans. And so people like Tucker Carlson and so on, and the one, since they're MAGA allies, but what he really doesn't want is a more Trumpist than Trump rebellion that starts actually gaining traction on the right. And so he will need to throw bits of chum in all kinds of directions as part of coalition management. And I think in the first term, a lot of people underestimated how much of Trump's policy was driven less by external policy realities than his own understanding of both the need to keep his coalition together and also to make sure that nobody in his circle took it for granted, thought they had Trump in his pocket, that he would always agree with him. So he might sometimes take a decision that would look unpredictable in terms of foreign policy and maybe even not all that great, simply to remind everybody that the boss is in charge. And just because he did this yesterday doesn't mean he's going to go your way tomorrow. So all of this makes Trump as hard to predict as Putin. What are some things I think he might take under consideration, particularly? I think both Neil and Charlie said some great things. So I'm scrambling here to find interesting things that they haven't already said. But China didn't come up. Trump sees the world and world power, I think, in a kind of a holistic way. And, you know, if you could get China, a lot of American presidents have thought they could peel Putin away from China. Trump may be thinking he could peel China away from Putin. That China, you know, China likes stability, especially with its economy in trouble. China likes a low price of oil. Putin likes a high price of oil. This would also, by the way, suggest that if Trump did threaten sanctions on Iran and Russia, that would partly be giving him leverage over China, which right now really does, the Chinese economy does not want or need $150 a barrel oil. So there are, you know, he's going to play angles of various kinds and try to do things that are surprising. In my mind, the thing to avoid would be exactly this kind of frozen conflict thing. First of all, we had that in the east of Ukraine after 2014, and it didn't bring anybody joy. But also, we're going to have to think about to get that Korean settlement. There are 35,000 American troops in Korea for a very long time afterwards. And no one would really say that at the moment the Korean Peninsula is one of the quieter, more peaceful spots in the world.
I was going to come to that in the next round when we talk about what actually would sustain any ceasefire.
Right, but in terms of how Trump might be thinking, a solution that might arguably depend on a commitment of American ground troops, in Trump's mind, he'd rather pay foreign aid than have troops.
We might want the Europeans to do that. We'll get to that in a minute. But we've heard three really interesting perspectives from Americans about what President Trump will do. Natalia, give us a sense of how people are thinking about this in Kiev. What are people hoping for? What are they expecting? What are they fearing from this administration?
When you don't live at war, and for instance, if you live during the war or go to the battlefield, there is one surprise on the human level. The clarity of your thinking. Actually, people outside would think that you're a bit like emotional, but you like very clearly understand that's danger, that's dangerous, this is a chance to survive. So Ukrainians are pretty practical, but also understand that anxiety is not the good way, it's a luxury for us. The moment Trump was elected, I was talking to some of the officials, and they say, like, you just roll on the sleeves and start to work to persuade that it's not in the interest of Donald Trump to lose, that the downfall of Ukraine would be seen as his downfall. So, let's start to speak at least this so far for the 24 hours, 100 days. And later, of course, there are various views, and I think also partially our government kind of tends to find the belief that maybe something will happen. Also, it can be considered wishful thinking, but in order to be serious, in order to be a partner during the negotiations, you kind of need to persuade yourself that it's possible. So if Ukraine would be totally dismissive about the chances of Donald Trump to do something, it would be on emotional level impossible. So I do think that there is a part of the Ukrainians who kind of persuaded themselves that, there is a chance, and we need to find a way, at least, not allowed to have this freeze, which would enable Moscow to regroup and to strengthen its economy, to strengthen its war economy, because what Russia was doing the last year in particular was trying to rebuild the whole country, which works for the war effort. And usually Ukrainians are asked very clear question for the last half a year, I think before Trump, what are the levels of the compromise? What are the levels of compromise? Pundits foreign are trying to find the answers in the different polls. I think the question is a bit wrong, because honestly, it doesn't matter that much, which part of the land you'll give. I'm following the war crimes documentation. I know the horrors, to be honest, execution, tortures, and in a way, when the occupied territories became not just a place where, war crimes are enabled, but they are used for further mobilization of the Russian state. They are the tool. But it's a moral argument, and I don't think this audience is very much into the moral arguments. But we know that the freeze would really, kind of let Putin to become stronger. So in Ukrainian interest to really say that better no deal than the bad deal at this stage.
Really?
Of course, yes, better no deal than the bad deal, because the risk connected to the occupation and to the freeze literally means further occupation in a couple of years without any support, with a even stronger Russia.
Can I just clarify that? Because that's really important. Yeah. You think that in Ukraine, there would, by bad deal, you mean freezing of the conflict on the, Russia keeps the territory it currently holds, and there is a freezing of the conflict. That alone, you think, would be a bad deal, and Ukraine would not accept it?
Yes, because the question is about of the level of the Ukrainian compromise, which doesn't matter, because what Ukrainians considering, they're not just sitting and kind of denying everything, is what are the guarantees given? And that is a discussion. Would it be NATO? Would it be arming Ukraine? Would it be EU support? Would it be, letting Europe pay, or meaning kind of moving the American support to the European shoulders, to the NATO shoulders, because we agree NATO with Ukraine is stronger, EU with Ukraine, honestly, in the long run is stronger. And like US is interested in stronger Europe, quite a nice deal. What Anil supports is also good. So I think the discussion should be turned, not to, because we are risking, and I should also add, I'm follow the Minsk agreement, the Geneva agreement since 2014. I've been in Mariupol at the moment in the front line when it was signed. And we're living now in déjà vu. It was a different scale, but we remember all those things, Steinmeier formula, something else. So we just know, and we know that we cannot afford to shoot ourselves into fits again. We need to prevent, the Minsk in this regard. Moving to discussion, not to be in the denial mode, no, but moving to the discussion into the guarantees. Troops, indeed, the troops like in South Korea, never discussed so far. They are not in the table. All these things are kind of coming up with the pundits. So I think that's where the discussion is coming. Maybe the US shouldn't pay for that. Okay.
I just listen, I'm just a simple country reporter. I talk to people, they tell me, I talk to a lot of bankers that toured the whole country. They're blown away by Ukrainian solidarity. Now, not an expert at the Ukraine, but there are various ethnicities. There's annexations, there's parts. But despite all that, this is a country that's pretty damn united in fighting Russia. And I'm just wondering, is that an impediment to a negotiated peace?
So that's a very good question. I will, Natalia, put that back to you again, because just to be clear, let's call it a ceasefire or a Korea-style deal with partition of the country, not formally, but practically, but no credible security guarantee. You think that would not be enough for Ukraine?
People discuss guarantees. They don't discuss.
Now, let's just, and I'm more than anyone, I would want guarantees. I've long argued that Ukraine should be part of NATO, so I'm right with you. But I'm just, in the real world that we have just described, where Donald Trump has frozen foreign assistance, where I can't imagine he's going to be providing another $40 billion of, budget support to Ukraine that Ukraine has been getting. Is Ukraine in a position to say, we're not going to accept this deal because there aren't adequate guarantees?
Will just bleed more, but I'll give you, Zeni, I know you'll be in Kharkiv in September, somewhere in this area.
I was in Kharkiv, I was in Donetsk.
Yeah, but I've been sitting with the soldiers, and, it was a conversation. It was with, I think Tim Snyder was there as well, so we spoken about American perspectives, all these kind of things. And I usually like to speak to people like that because it's so simple. And they said, look, the argument I haven't heard before. We are from Dnipro, Poltava, Kharkiv, the other towns. What happened after the war, after 2022? Who were the first targeted? Who were the people captured? Who were the people, abducted, tortured? the families of the soldiers. And to be honest, in the east of Ukraine, in Kherson region, there was like in every village couple. Now, every single Ukrainian is participated in the war effort. I know personally, I'll be the target. I know everybody whom I know could be a deliberate target of the next occupation. And by this, we mean not like small, but we imagine very clearly. Now, the conflict stops. What will West do? Will you provide more weapon? Will you provide money? Of course, but not weapon. Will Russia stop to build supply chain, to cooperate with North Korea, with China, to be ready? Who will monitor that? Do you remember OSCE special monitoring mission? They could go and monitor the Ukrainian troops' withdrawal. Were they ever allowed to go to the border close to Russia to see what's happening with the troops in the Donbas, with the Russians on the border? So if there is at least guarantee that Russians don't produce this weapon, I'm speaking about a very practical thing. So that soldier would usually say, no, I'm not ready, because next time, in 3 years, and he speaks about 5 years, 6 years, it's very rare soldiers speaking that distance, they usually speak about tomorrow and survival. And they would say, we think that would be dangerous for all of us, so we need to find. That's why you think this in your mind, and it's not naive, it's survival.
So we're going to talk in a second about what the nature of plausible guarantees and whether they could be credible enough would be. But let's hear first from a Ukrainian soldier, from Colonel Volodymyr Shliukharchuk, who is a senior flight inspector at the pilot of the Flight Safety Service. What is your assessment of what you and your fellow soldiers are expecting? Would a ceasefire alone be enough? Or do you, as Natalia said, think that you need to have much more in the way of credible guarantees in order to stop fighting?
Okay, thank you. I will start in English and continue to Ukraine. So I will start with the joke, sorry. How to recognize the pilot among the group of people? Somebody know? So actually, the pilot, if have ability to say, he always say, I'm a pilot. And the same, I want to say the same to the President Donald Trump. He expressed desire to be recognized as one of the most significant individuals to have led the United States. In my opinion, he is not a person of compromise. So, маючи, продовжу українською.
So I'll continue in Ukrainian. While today he has such a power, while today Trump has such a power and such strength, and while he understands that the US for its entire history has been a guarantor of peace, and if that was plausible, they used force to enforce peace where America pursued its own interests. Knowing how he positions himself, Trump positions himself, we, the people on the front line in the armed forces of Ukraine,
Тому що надання зброї,
because it's an open secret that the countries who are partners of the United States are earning money on the blood of Ukraine. We know that whether we want this or not, but the factories producing arms are expanding and the investment is growing. Whether stability interests our partners or interests the US, yes, they are interested in this because Ukraine in the future is a huge field for investment where they can develop. As soldiers, we are expecting more arms. We know that we have to move forward because no one is going to fight instead of me. No one will protect my family apart from me. No one will protect the families of my friends apart from my friends. So we do believe in our victory. We do believe that our partners will stay with us. Do we need arms? Yes, we do need them. We will use the arms that you give us, and you will see how this may be used.
You need arms, and maybe you need soldiers, support peacekeeping soldiers from the West. So let's talk about what is feasible, what is plausible in terms of continued support of arms, and more particularly the nature of the security guarantees, and could there be European peacekeeping soldiers? All of this has been talked about in the press. How realistic is it? Walter, you have a pretty low regard for Europe. Do you think the Europeans can step up and do something? Well, first of all, do you think there is any universe in which the US puts, as it did in Korea, US soldiers as peacekeeping? And if not, is there any universe in which the Europeans do?
I don't think this would happen under President Trump in terms of the Americans. On the European side, we'll understand a lot better, I think, after the German election. If there's a ruling coalition of the CDU and the Greens, it's quite possible you'd see a somewhat more robust German foreign policy. But if the SPD is in the coalition, I think it's going to be I don't think you see a lot of backbone in German foreign policy. So, and without, if the United States and Germany are both stepping back, it's hard to see where it would come from.
And does the US provide any kind of part of this guarantee?
Well, that's, in a sense, you're asking sort of for NATO light. I mean, look, we can imagine a whole spectrum here of full NATO membership with NATO, including US boots on the ground and bases in Ukraine. That is one end of the spectrum. And I suspect if that's what was offered for the Ukrainians, this would make a compromised territorial peace something they could live with. And then obviously on the other side is Budapest Memorandum 2.0 with even more heartfelt promises of support in the future. And I think the Ukrainians would indignantly refuse. There are a whole range of gradations in between. My guess is that without the United States participating in some way in the guarantee, it's going to be hard for Ukrainians to feel confident. So,
and Charlie, I'll come to you in a second, Neil. Charlie, do you think that given the lay of the Trump world land you've put out, it is at all possible to conceive of this president saying, I'm going to sign up to a guarantee of this sort for Ukraine?
If it doesn't involve troops, I mean, it depends. And what I don't get is why would anybody even think that Putin would entertain NATO troops? I mean, isn't that how he started? I mean, that was his whole BS rationale for starting the war, like they were going to join NATO. So now he's going to agree to a compromise that involves NATO, and I don't see that happening. But again,
well, only if he's pushed to it.
But listen, Trump world, there's never going to be troops, U.S. troops there. The real question is money, and I think there's going to be less of it. That's my personal opinion, and I think, just speaking with a lot of people, who have the ear of, and remember one thing about Trump's first term, there were a lot more sort of obstacles to MAGA back then. I mean, you could just go down the line from Rex Tillerson to, Paul Ryan was still in Congress, but, in his administration, Steve Mnuchin. I mean, this is a much more MAGA, even though there are, Marco Rubios who are flipping, by the way, they're going MAGA. And others, you still got Tulsi Gabbard has his ear. I'm not saying RFJK, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be talking to him about the Ukraine, but the fact is you have the presence of these MAGA types, many more of them, and they'll have a say, and it's going to be, and I believe that will lead to less aid to Ukraine, but that'll probably happen after they try some negotiated peace.
Neil.
I agree with everything Natalia said. I think Ukraine cannot accept partition without a security guarantee. I think she also hit on an incredibly important point. The largest army, and certainly the most capable army in Europe today, is Ukraine's. Ukraine is at the cutting edge of the new generation of warfare. It is at the cutting edge of drone technology. Everybody in the tech sector who is remotely interested in dev tech has to go learn from the Ukrainians. This makes Ukraine's defense capability an extremely valuable asset to Europe. Europe is the continent that disarmed, that decided perpetual peace had arrived and Kant had got his wish, and now has been given a rude awakening. Now, what frustrates me about Europe is that they have had plenty of time to make strategic autonomy something more than a slogan, and they're still acting surprised by things that Trump does. I was asked this morning by a German journalist, were you shocked by Trump's inauguration speech? I looked at him like, everything in that speech was trailed in the campaign. There are videos that he started recording in 2023 spelling out what he was going to do, and you're shocked? So I think the good news, and it's already been mentioned by Walter, is that a change of government is coming in Germany. Friedrich Merz will be the best German chancellor since Helmut Kohl, in my estimation. He was the anti-Merkel, the Christian Democrat who saw through the BS of the Merkel years. So finally we have a chance for there to be meaningful German rearmament. The debt brake will be eased in some way. There may also be a European defense fund. All of this only makes sense, it seems to me, if Europe can partner with Ukraine, partner with what Ukraine has learned, and accelerate the rearmament of Europe, not on a 19th or 20th century model, but in a model that's appropriate for the second quarter of the 21st century. The MAGA message, the Trump message, is actually an old one. Europe, it's time to stand on your own damn 2 feet. World War II is a long time ago. They've been making this argument in the United States since the 1960s. All my life, American presidents, this is not Trump's original contribution. American presidents have been talking about burden sharing and you guys need to do more since Richard Nixon, since before Richard Nixon. But Trump is the only president who's actually got the Europeans to do something. They actually did start raising their defense budgets since Trump made it clear that he wasn't going to stand for any more. And I think they will continue to do that. So the ultimate solution to the problem, whether it's NATO membership or not, I think very well may involve European troops in Ukraine, not American troops. The American troops are in Europe. That's good enough for NATO still to be meaningful. So I think there's a way out of this problem that ought to satisfy Natalia's concerns and ought to give Putin pause. Final point, in response to something Charlie just said. Hey, it's Putin who brought the North Koreans into this war. He can't very convincingly complain if Ukraine invites Poles or Lithuanians or others onto their soil to support the defense of Europe, not just of Ukraine, the defense of Europe against Russian aggression. Because mark my words, this will not end with Ukraine if Putin feels even 75% successful in this war.
So let's turn then to, I'm sure not the only German in the room, but the only one that I know sitting in the front row who can well address this question, Wolfgang Ischinger. Do you agree, because Germany will be central to this, whether Europe can step up, whether really this will be the time that Europe actually decides it takes greater responsibility itself. Do you agree with Neil that Friedrich Merz will be the most consequential chancellor since Helmut Kohl? Do you think Germany will seriously engage? Will it send troops? And will it galvanize, frankly, a moribund Europe to actually step up over the time frame that is necessary to provide Ukraine support?
Well, I thought I was the one with the low opinion of you.
I have a pretty low opinion.
Called it moribund. Let the record show.
Well, didn't Macron say it was brain dead?
Let me first make a confession to be transparent here. My wife, Jutta, has just published 3 weeks ago the biography on Friedrich Merz. It's in German, obviously. So I've spent the better part of the last year at the breakfast table listening to her conversations with and about Friedrich Merz. In other words, I'm not exactly very impartial.
But you're very well informed, and that's much more important.
But let me pour a little bit of water into the wine. I have a very high opinion of Friedrich Merz. But the one thing that is absolutely clear is that Friedrich Merz is not going to govern Germany. He's going to have a coalition partner. The best guess I have is that his party may, if everything goes well, end up having, at the moment they're at 29, they could end up with maybe 35%, but not more. In other words, he needs our friend Olaf Scholz or his successor from the SPD, or he may need the Greens as a coalition partner. In other words, governing Germany in the area of security defense is going to be hard. It's not simply by saying, I am now the chancellor and here is what I decide. He needs a majority, and that's going to be pretty tough. Let me make a comment about the European troop issue in Europe. Having spent the better part of 45 years in diplomacy, the one thing I learned as the German chief negotiator in such areas as Bosnia, Kosovo, etc., is we should always honor the principle of in together, out together, if we want to be together in NATO. If we want to be divisive, the idea of sending Europeans into Ukraine and keeping the Americans out is a recipe for disaster. I can tell you now that there will be people who will write the headlines, oh, we're supposed to play the role of the Americans, North Koreans. We're going to be sent into the battle. What are we supposed to, I mean, our European soldiers, what are they supposed to do exactly if at some point Russia starts aggressing again? If America is not also on the ground there in Ukraine, and if an American president, doesn't have to be Donald Trump, will say, I told you this is a European issue, you handle it. We cannot handle it. We don't have the power, we don't have the deterrence capability, etc. In other words, what I would suggest is that there should be maybe some European troops, but I think you made the key point. It takes a lot of imagination to think of a situation where Vladimir Putin would agree to a ceasefire or peace settlement that would involve the stationing, the actual deployment of troops from NATO countries, including France, Germany, UK, etc., in Ukraine. He might as well agree to NATO membership if he does that. In other words, my solution would be troops from India. As a German, I would say troops from China. Putin is not going to start a war against Chinese troops on the Ukrainian side. Troops from Indonesia, troops from Brazil, and of course, maybe some European troops, but not dividing NATO. Can I make one additional point? When I think of what we could do in order to make the start of the Trump presidency of allowing a good start in terms of transatlantic relations, I think what you mentioned earlier, the 400 billion that the reserves, the Russian reserves, there are serious European concerns because it's mostly money in Europe. There are serious concerns. I'm not a specialist on this, but I think this could be a good transatlantic start. If we gave up our reservations and agreed to a US proposal that we would unfreeze these reserves and give them to Ukraine, and they would have 400 billion that could take Ukraine a long way with or without Donald Trump agreeing to, additional financial support in 2025.
But that's a really interesting idea on the financing. We'll come back to that. But first, I want to ask Natalia, would you be happy with Indian and Chinese peacekeepers?
I tell you who wouldn't be happy.
Chinese, interesting. The point, to what extent it would be trustworthy. But I would rather still return to NATO and elaborate. By the way, Ukraine in NATO is more controllable. It's more predictable. Also, if there is somebody who has concerns about what will happen in Ukraine, you better have it there. But if we really go to this phantom, this Putin is so much agonizing about NATO, we read also all other requirements, demands from Russia. The major one is actually demilitarization of Ukraine. And what it is, it doesn't have the NATO tag, but it's equally bad. So in a way, would he be against? So I think for us, both are equally important. So I think that we kind of shouldn't really just be stopped by these kind of red lines of Vladimir Putin, but again, find other ways. With this money, we can buy from the Americans, with European money, buying from Americans. I was preparing for this panel when there was also still in the lineup, the Norwegian Minister for Foreign Affairs. I think a lot of people won't know that, billions the Norway has received in profits because Europe is buying the oil. So, this money are there. So I'm not saying that Europe is just vulnerable, it has no money. Maybe Europe doesn't have some capabilities. So maybe there should be some transaction with the United States for this participation. But I still think that talk about Chinese, talk about Indians, talk about something which is more about guarantees than rather about the Ukrainian concessions, and then we'll figure out. At least let's turn this discussion, and maybe that would be, we'll find the way, because we know very well, also you started the discussion about Donald Trump and what he's gonna do. I remember very well when we expected President Macron, and we hope that he will, talk Putin into the peace. President Zelensky, I'm a Ukrainian journalist. Where did he start his career, political career? Persuading Ukrainians that he will find his way to talk to Putin and persuade him. It didn't work. He really tried hard. I've been in Paris when there was a talks with Putin. There was a lot of expectation. It didn't work. We hope that the President Trump has a bit more leverage than, like the ones I mentioned before, but it couldn't be just that. So, of course, we need to enable the US to find so much leverage to push Russia not to strengthen itself, because it does today.
Anyway, why would the Indians join this fight?
Yeah, why would anyone?
Just from my rudimentary knowledge of geopolitics, don't they have something?
There's so many interesting ideas here. I want to turn to the only upbeat part of this conversation so far, which has been the possibility of using the reserves, in a second. But first, Neil, you had a pretty categorical rebuttal to your idea that Germany would step up from someone who knows about this. So does that...
I spent many years studying German history. I speak German, I know the country well. And I say to my German friends, including you, Wolfgang, if you want to confirm the worst possible impressions that Americans, not just MAGA Americans, but Americans have of Europe and particularly of Germany, go suggest Chinese troops in Ukraine. Because that is the single worst idea I've heard at Davos in 10 years. It's really important that Germans understand Zeitenwende has to mean something concrete. It can't mean, oh, Europe's security is everybody's problem but ours. Because German troops couldn't possibly do anything useful without Americans to hold their hands. God damn it. This is pathetic. This is truly pathetic. So Friedrich Merz, I look forward to reading your wife's book. I hope that he understands that his role is to make Zeitenwende mean something. And what it has to mean is that Germans step up and take responsibility for peace in Europe. God knows they caused enough war in the past. But when will they take responsibility for peace in Europe? That's my question, not only to you and to Friedrich Merz, but to all Germans, all the Germans here. What the hell do you think you're doing in 2025, passing the buck to the Chinese? Apart from the fact that it's the single most irritating thing you could say to an American.
Okay, we get that. No one could accuse Neil of being...
I was hung up on the Indians, dude.
Yeah, no, but actually,
the Indians will just come like
Neil, you're speaking passionately and powerfully, but the person who has put an argument about the pathetic nature of Europe best, I think, is actually Walter in his piece just a few weeks ago. And I'm going to quote just a couple of sentences. Europe has abdicated its role of history. The coming administration must work with partners like Japan that have the strategic clarity that so many Europeans lack. Do you, the logic of your piece, was that actually there may be lots of well-meaning people in Europe, but they cannot do what Natalia says is needed to be done. Does this conversation reinforce your view of that?
Yeah, I hope there will be change. I keep wasting my breath and my time writing columns trying to, in the hope that if you can help Europeans see how bad their current direction is, they will, dear God, please change direction, because they can and have done great things in the past and could do great things in the future. But as it is, it's not just, I say, the Americans are sort of thinking of Europe as really not a partner you can do a lot with. I mean, there's certain small things, but you know, I don't think, you know, the Chinese see Europe as an alternative partner. The Indians are not expecting much from the Europeans. Putin, with an economy that's about the 10th the size of the European Union, with a declining population, in a stalemated war, his aspiration is to break the European Union, and I think he does not think he's losing. So Europe must change, or let's put it another way, Europe will change. The question, you could in fact argue that the wars around Europe's periphery, and including our own dear president's claim to Greenland, we could put everything from Sudan, North Africa, Ukraine, and call it the wars of the European succession. That as Europe becomes less of a factor in world politics, the spaces around it become, vacuums that nature abhors and tries to fill. This is a terrible thing. It's bad. It's bad for Europeans. It's bad for the United States. It is bad for human freedom. It is bad for the chance of human survival, but it's happening. And Americans for a very long time have given less strident versions of this message, but in general are met with the same profound skepticism and above all, I think, just resistance, just sort of inertia. It needs to change. Trump's election is a sign of a turning away. Europe, in the last 5 years, we've seen Russia has basically driven Europe out of North Africa and the Sahel by the Wagner Group. A group of mercenaries have broken a place that for a century and a half, not always in a very good way, was a European piece of the world. The United States says we're worried about jihadis in North Africa. It's no longer useful to fly to Paris, particularly to get some help with that. If we're worried about the situation in the Levant, if anything, we'll be talking to Ankara, not to any European capital.
All right, but don't go any further because we'll all start sinking in depression. We are still in Europe, just about.
No, but we know the guys who crashed Wagner in Bakhmut.
It was you, yes, and maybe Ukraine is what needed to say. But actually, I was going to ask you, but I'm conscious that I haven't asked anybody in the audience questions. We could go on for hours, but let's get a couple of questions from the audience in the time that's left. One from you here and one from you here. Yeah, go ahead.
The microphone has gone to sleep.
Something with it.
Stand in front of you. Catherine Kazarny-Valinga, and I'm the granddaughter of 4 survivors of Holodomor, my grandparents. And so we know our history, we know our culture, we are the guardians, and we were raised to love and serve Ukraine. So what we learned from them was that there was nobody to help Ukraine during Holodomor. And in fact, the West was complicit in taking the grain, the gold from the churches, and the possessions of Ukrainians that were sold to the West for hard currency to fund the Soviet Union. I was talking to an educator and he said, there's the concept of the bully, the victim, and the bystander. And I thank you so much for this panel because we have given voice and to this Ukraine House and Win with Ukraine, we are giving voice to Ukrainians. We need to listen to Ukrainians. We need to stop thinking about what the bully is going to do. He's a bully. And the bystanders, we need to recognize our responsibility in what has happened in Ukraine, take responsibility, free ourselves, and take the actions to bring a stop to this now instead of looking for someone else to do it, especially Ukrainians. They're telling us what they need. It is our job as bystanders to either decide if we're going to turn away or decide if we're going to take responsibility and take action. So for Germans and the Nord Stream 2 project, we knew what was going to happen the day that was signed and took into effect. Thank you very much for that. Take responsibility and come and give Ukraine what it needs right now. Frozen assets needs to be seized and needs to be transferred to help Ukraine now, and Western taxpayers should not be paying for that. And we have Yuliia here, who is a woman who's made it her mission to get those assets for Ukraine. So she is the foremost expert. 45% of those assets have now are within the jurisdiction of non-European countries. So the US, UK, and Canada can be leaders in this. This is new information. They have converted from securities to cash. Jurisdiction has changed. We need your help, journalists, to get these stories out and to get a backbone and the bystanders and tell bystanders what they need to do to help Ukraine instead of telling Ukraine what it needs to do. And we need to give Ukrainians the platform to listen to them and give them voice instead of talking about our opinions about what they should be doing when it comes to their own country.
Thank you. Thank you. That was powerfully said, and actually one of the few shards of good news on this panel was that I think you all, in different ways, suggested that maybe there could be movement on the reserves. You, Charlie, thought it might be something that, you know, it was the kind of thing that Trump might like, a different angle on a deal. Natalia, you mentioned it. Neil, you too. So is this one area where we think this panel can suggest, and maybe you can whisper it to a few people in Washington. Go look at the reserves.
Well, Don Jr. in 5 minutes. Well, but
no, I'm being serious. I mean, the rest of the conversation.
It's like making Mexicans to pay for the wall. You know?
It's kind of like making you just said, like making the Mexicans pay for the wall.
It's almost like that. You know, it's almost like that.
You know, we've kind of glossed over the sort of the nuke issue here. You know, we start taking his money, you know, expropriating his reserves. Does this have an...
Oh, come on. That's not a winner kind of argument.
I'm not saying that, but I mean, this is what is going on inside Trump world right now. He has nukes. Tucker Carlson is whispering that in his ear right now. You're getting close to World War III. Now, just so you know, that's what they're saying. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's what's going on. I will say one thing on an optimistic note. If this stuff ever gets dealt with, if we do get a peace, I know for a fact there will be so much money flowing to the Ukraine from private sectors. This is a country that's incredibly resilient, smart, obviously tough. It'll be the backbone of Europe when this thing gets done. So whatever peace gets dealt with here, we've got to make sure it's good because Ukraine is not going anywhere.
But is that a message that's going to the president? Because that's exactly the message that he's
I've been
brought
writing
in the
about
Middle
it,
East,
but you
right?
know, he does read the New York Post. Just so you know, but I've been writing about it. But you know, one of the problems is that, you know, there was all this talk this time last year during Davos about raising money to rebuild Ukraine from various sources, and then it stopped. And it stopped because the bullets haven't stopped flying. You can't have, you know, there's no money that's going to go there when, you know, you have bombs in Kiev and, you know, drones, whatever. So, but once you get that settled, I know it's a big if, this country is going to take off in ways that obviously there's the payola part that every Western investor is going to want to deal with. It's a different culture. But once you get this war thing out of the way, this country is going to flourish. And I think you're right. It's going to be the backbone of Europe. This is the toughest people in Europe. This is an armed military. This is a place where you can have, you know, it's interesting. Israel used their essentially their military tech sector to build a little Silicon Valley in Israel. I can see the same stuff happening.
It's happening. It's happening. We have 30 seconds left. I'm going to ask all of you one very simple question. Assuming we meet here again in a year's time, and I'm going to use your phrasing, is this little war thing going to be out the way? Will there have been a ceasefire? And will there be a ceasefire that Ukraine can sign up to and that Putin is also agreed to? Just very simple answer, 6 seconds. Yes or no, in a year?
Fire, work in progress.
Not by that time, but there would be a bit more clarity on that. And I still add, there could be a crash course on the guarantees. Think whether you would invest. I heard that in Poland, people sometimes are not any longer investing in the East. But when you think about that very practically, would you have, invest in Dnipro with Chinese troops nearby or something? Just thinks all the time. Would you bring your money there in these guarantees? And if it doesn't not, I wonder why we have it. I think we'll have the same logic. So it'll be easier. And we have a bunch of ideas.
Thank you, Neil.
There will be a ceasefire. The Russians won't adhere to it. And with luck, people in Trump world will relearn the lessons of nuclear deterrence that we once understood in the first Cold War.
Thank you. And Walter?
I think this is going to be a hard war to stop.
Well, on that sober note, I like to end on an upbeat note, but I think appropriately this one is a sober note. Thank you all very much. Tectonic shift indeed.
In the Kursk region, we also saw it in the red line. So, like this.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Evgen. Peter, wilt jij de game ook op het scherm zetten, alstublieft? Als dat kan. Hey, hey. Ja. Thank you. That's the game. I will click.
Be a very interesting panel, both by the design, because my name is Natalia Humeniuk. I'm a Ukrainian journalist based in Kiev, but this panel is co-hosted with Katrin Agendorf, who is a German journalist from CDF who does a remarkable job being so often in Ukraine and also knowing what's going on. So we'll moderate both. There will be a specific question from me and her. So please bear with us. We're a bit coordinating, but I'll be in charge of some technical issues. So I'm glad to introduce our guests. So Ms. Rania Dagash-Kamara, who is Assistant Executive Director from World Food Programme, the Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine, Vitaly Koval, and also Trade Representative of Ukraine and Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Taras Kachka. And the talk is named Food Security in the Changing Time. But obviously, as a Ukrainian who, and there is a reason why we speak about that, I'll start with an anecdote. I think before the full-scale invasion, we Ukrainians didn't really understand how important we are. So, for instance, we couldn't guess that Indonesia was dependent on Ukrainian grain, and we would think, why? We thought it's a country where people consume rice. So what is about our grain and Indonesia? But they're mainly consuming instant noodles, and most of the Indonesian noodles were produced from the Ukrainian flour. So there was a gap. But, you know, there were so many unexpected things. And I also should lay ground as well, because I'm a journalist who started from human rights, didn't know about agriculture, almost anything. But now we have to know, because that's life, that the reason why Ukraine is so important for the world with the food, being one of the leading producers and importers. It's also because of the very, very unique geographical place where the farms and the harvest is just near the ports. There are a lot of countries which produce grain, but it was the cheapest because you do not pay for the transportation. So when the ports of Mykolaiv and Odessa were blocked, when we couldn't export, there was this huge discussion that for almost a year, you know, we couldn't ship, and there was all concerns about food supply, about security. But we are 3 years, more than 3 years since then, almost 3 years since then. And very early at that stage, the people, when we had a chance to come with the African journalists to the ports in Mykolaiv to talk to the Ukrainian farmers, producers, traders, they warned us, said, for the first year, all our talks about shipment, transportation, unblocking the ports. But that's not at heart of the issue. Ukrainian fields are mined, there is a warfare there, and it's just not profitable any longer for our farmers to produce it if we don't do something. So my general question, Ms. Dagash-Kamara, would be rather than, are we moving from this understanding that in order to have food security, it's not about a deal brokered by whoever. It's not about like opening and sending that many ships, because it's really about, you know, also supporting the farmers in Ukraine, making them producing that grain, making all the global operation, because wherever you do, there won't be other places in the world where the farms are so close to the ports. There are some systematic issues. So I wonder, is it changing? Is there any perspective changing that it's really about stopping the conflict, making the people work, maybe helping those farmers on the ground, rather than being focused on negotiations, talks, and how we ship something which might not be in a couple of years? That would be kind of a long anecdote to start, but I thought I laid a bit of ground as not a professional and not a specialist into something I didn't know a couple of years ago.
You know what's fascinating in what you said is, in 2022, I was based in the Horn of Africa.
Oh.
And we had a massive drought that affected Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And we were in absolute panic because a lot of these countries became a lot more vulnerable because we couldn't get grain into them. And the countries themselves were also bringing grain in from Ukraine in massive quantities for their own food security before the drought. And then the drought hit. So I think in many ways it's been extremely clear to everyone how Ukraine is so central to the entire global food system. I don't think that's in dispute. For us, it's been a key supplier that is cost effective, not only within Ukraine, because 90% of our own operation currently in Ukraine, by the way, comes from local grains, but it is the 6th largest supplier of wheat in the world amidst the conflict. It's still that for us. And we still are able to move massive quantities of wheat and other commodities into the rest of the world. I think I agree with you that we cannot afford Ukrainian farmers not continuing to operate, because if they fall into the negative habits and fall into more cash crops, the entire world is affected. Our entire supply chain also that feeds into that. We take grain from Ukraine into Syria today. We take grain from Ukraine into Yemen. We take grain from Ukraine into East Africa. So for us, it's fundamental in our supply chain. And 50%, I think, of sunflower oil comes from Ukraine. So we do need to keep the fields clear. We need to make sure that the farmers continue to farm, because it isn't just about you. It's about the rest of the world.
Yeah, I also would like to start with an anecdote. When I started to cover the full-scale invasion, this war, at the beginning I went with an army unit to the east of Ukraine, and they showed me how Russia threw bombs on the fields and burned them down. And I was wondering, why do they do this? And the soldiers said, this is a target for Russia, because they want to hinder not only our farmers to work on the fields, but also to destroy these fields long term. Very interesting. And that was a situation I saw again and again during this war, and when I went to the front lines. So my question to you, Mr. Kowal, how can the country be able to continue to work on these fields? How have you made that possible? That seems to me a kind of a miracle that farmers are still working, that this is still functioning.
Thank you very much for your question. My friends, I will probably send you a message that you are aware of previously, but it is important that you deeply comprehend it. The history of Ukrainian people, of course, is has lasted for thousands of years, and the only year when Ukrainians have missed the sowing campaign and could not gather crops was in 1932-33, when the occupational Soviet power did not allow to do this, and we lost 10 million people. After this, the DNA of every Ukrainian has the understanding that we will never stop, that we will sow and gather every year, because the survival of our country depends on this. This is a unique case when we do not only plow and sow, but together with the World Food Program, with the international organization, and with our European partners, are delivering food to the world. Have you seen the case when the country at war, which urgently needs help for itself, still goes to the field, gathers crops, packs it and sends to the countries that need its help. Several weeks ago, I was in Syria, I was in Lebanon, and I saw what war is bringing to a country. Over 14 years, they have totally destroyed the infrastructure, and they can only cultivate several hundred thousand of hectares. So the question is, if the situation is complicated there, we have to be there. This is our mission, to provide for the food security in the world. That's why the Ukrainian farmer does not ask whether they should go to the field, they just go to the field. And this is very important, to demine these lands and to include them back into the economic turnover, because 1 hectare of Ukrainian land means 18 people in the world saved from famine. We are talking about Ukraine's real contribution into the world economy. This is a great mission for us.
Mr. Taras Kachka, at these panels in Davos, we all speak about the future, also about, what is the potential of Ukraine. And now we're really, proud to be this country, which, the world depends. But for us as Ukrainians, it's always, it's not good when your country is known for being those moving the raw material expert. We want to move to value-added products. And this experience we have today, how we can transform it? Are you working on how we move? What is the transition from this raw material expert to value-added products? And how we can contribute to the more sustainable, environmentally friendly food system in the world that, not just we are good because we have this grain and it's there, but we bring our brains and what we learn to the world to make it safer, to make this food supply chain and security more sustainable in the long run. Can we add on that and help with that?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
This
motto is not popular for several years, but we definitely can. I think that first of all, let's be clear that the problem of food security is not a problem of people who are starving from hunger. So it could be a problem of this village if suddenly it is blocked. I think that there was a really good theater drama on situation like this, when we have a lot of rich people with a lot of gadgets but nothing to eat, and this is immediate non-elastic problem. So you need food here and now. So that's why I think that, and as well it's not only about wheat, it's about sunflower oil, it's about different other oils, it's about animal production, meat production as well. And for example, what we see is that the EU itself is one of the biggest food system, most developed food system, let's say, exporting the really good quality products around the globe. It is based on the foundation that Ukraine supplies corn, and it's what used to be a joke that Spanish jamon is made from Ukrainian corn. It's really true. It's like really explanation how the supply chain works. So that's why I think that first of all, any development of food security, so any developments with food security are really related to the stability of operation. So that this is very boring stuff, that you have millions of tons of one product, shipment, railway, etc. So it was boring before the war, yeah. So that we just discovered it when it was crisis, and this system should function quite stable. It should be like. It should work globally because it's about Africa, it's about China. When in 2022 our Black Sea Grain Initiative operated under brokering of the United Nations and Turkey, so that year, so the biggest consumer for the Black Sea Grain Initiative corridor was China, and the quota of all import of corn to China that year, 2022 was from Ukraine. So that it means that even for China, the distant country, the food security also depends from supply from Ukraine. So that's why I think that the first thing is about climate. Ukraine here has a competitive advantage. So that several competitive advantages. First is that we are luckily maybe less impacted by climate change in terms of agriculture than, for example, continental Europe. So that's why it's maybe it's something not to be proud of, but better to invest into more sustainability, into irrigation and other stuff. But I think that our role will be like bigger. Then, of course, the issue of efficiency, we will definitely produce millions and millions of different agricultural products. And this is something that should evolve, but should not change into like 100% processing of all these foods in Ukraine. We need to help, so that we will do two things that are important. First is that a part of what we already did with stability of operational global system is that we want to cooperate with net importing states. So that's like Somalia or Lebanon or Syria, that we want not only to sell the products here, but also to cooperate with domestic industry, because the basic element of food security is domestic production.
Absolutely.
So that you need to have a domestic industry as well. So, for example, for Lebanon, we have a situation when Lebanon has no storages. So that's why all their food security is like on the go, so that they get ship and they have bread. If they have no ship arrived with wheat, they have no bread at all, so because of destruction of their silos. So domestic industry, domestic infrastructure should exist, and this is also one of principles of our cooperation. And as well, some better processing domestically. So the World Food Program is a good example, because now we are shifting from sending wheat, but also to use flour and already sunflower oil, that products that are more compact, easier to deliver, but it also requires cooperation between production in Ukraine and in countries where we deliver. But as well, what is more important and maybe more boring, is that it's not only about wheat as such, just to confirm, or corn as such. It's about the basic processing, starting from sunflower oil, from shrots and other, so meals and other products that are used in food systems globally.
Yeah, I have a question adding to what you were explaining. What we face today is that hunger is a means of war, right? And I mean, the worst extreme situation we see in Gaza right now. Is this a bigger challenge for you in the World Food Program, that hunger has become such a strong means of war?
My goodness. It was really disheartening at the beginning of this year when we got the figures for 2025, what all our assessments were saying. And they're basically saying that acute hunger is on the rise globally. This year, 343 million people do not know when their next meal will be, or if they will have a meal. And that is up from 309 million last year. So it continues to be on the increase, while resources globally are declining actually to support those who are acutely hungry. So we have a big quandary, and that is why we look for efficiencies in how to operate. We look for localization, to your point. Also because good nutrition comes from local and homegrown initiatives. So we try our best to work with smallholder farmers to restore land, like we do in the Sahel. We've restored 300,000 hectares of land from desert to producing sorghum and millet. We work with many countries in the world to make sure that school meals, all children get a meal so that they are able to even retain their education and become leaders. And I think these are fundamental principles in how WFP works, but we also invest in smallholder farmers. We do training, we do market access, we do post-harvest losses, and we support about 1 million of those in 40 countries. So we have incredible teams on the ground that are trying to combat hunger, but it is possible with the support of a lot of people, Ukraine being one, but many of our generous donors and many individuals as well. And really, I think it's fantastic to hear you wanting to contribute even more to solving that. I think we would welcome all initiatives that reduce hunger, even if by one person. That's an achievement.
I happen to be, I remember very well how Ukraine tried to explain that deal, the grain deal, which was negotiated by Turkey. And I happened to be in the room in the office of the President of Ukraine, together with a journalist from Kenya, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, South Africa, in particular waiting for the interview of the President at the moment when we learned he was half an hour late because the deal was called off. Unilaterally by Turkey. Of course, it was a kind of by Russia. Sorry, excuse me, by Russia. And we were a bit panicking because what would happen next? Because there were some figures, good figures. But what we found out today that later, when Ukraine, in military way, managed to push the Russian further to their borders and made the passage from Odessa. We are able to export more grain than it was with the deal. So the deal was less than with using the military power, to be honest, was also quite an eye-opening argument to a lot of people. But I still, when talking to the farmers and also big agriculture producers, we cannot say that the lands on the border are under the shelling. They're still demined. So we are speaking here about how much we succeeded, but what are the real challenges? Because the war is still there as we speak. There are attacks on the farmers and on the infrastructure in every part, in the north, in Sumy, in Kharkiv, in Kherson, in Mykolaiv. So where we are now? I think that would be for you to answer. What are the real challenges beyond all the good things we are proud of?
Good weapon is always a good argument, That's thanks to the armed forces of Ukraine that the grain corridor continues to operate, and that's a very good response to any threats from our enemies. So we are thankful to our armed forces. So today we've heard the speech of our president, and he also underscored that our position should be strong, and we are the guarantors of food security. You say that you specialize in human rights. It is a basic human right, a right to life, a right to be free from hunger, and nobody can violate this right. Quite recently, the Berlin Conference of Agrarian Ministers closed in Europe, and everyone condemned the war in Ukraine and any attempts to block the delivery corridors and supply chains when it comes to grain, to food produce. And Ukraine will continue to grow, export grains. We exported 56 million tons last year. This year, we are going to increase these volumes, and I'm very thankful to our colleagues from international financial institutions, everyone who work in this sector, please pay attention. Unfortunately, Ukrainian agrarian sector is least provided with financial resources. In the agrarian business and economic and banking business, we have lots of ties. I am a banker by my background, so we have only 9% of the support from the international organizations. The USA have 202% of loan to debt. Some other countries have 70%, but we have only 9% of this ratio. So we cannot invest in processing, and the average price of agrarian exports in Ukraine is $315 per ton. for the previous year. So the value added is very little. So we export actually produce 1 ton of corn is based on imported inputs. We import all of the fuel, lubricants, the equipment from Europe. And when they in Europe ask me why they should be interested in Ukraine, I say that we give you the opportunity to earn money, make money, and at the same time we are feeding you. So I would like to thank the World Bank and other international financial organizations and institutions that support the territories and farms close to the front line. And when I hear a comparison of conditions under which Ukrainian farmers work with those for the European farmers, you should appreciate that we have different competitive conditions. And it's not about the level playing field, because Ukrainian farmers don't have dotations or financial support. They suffer from shelling and bombing, and they still contribute to the global food security. So we plead with the international financial institutions to help them with loans or, more importantly, grants, so that farmers in Kherson, Mykolaiv, Kharkiv, Sumy Oblast could use this money to sow and then harvest their grains, their fields. So imagine this figure. We paid 45 euros per hectare in the areas close to the front line. And I'm thankful to the organizations that supported us in that with this financial support. Without it, we would hardly survive.
And we do not sit on our hands, we do not despair, because those who work don't despair. This is our slogan of all our agrarians, and we're moving forward.
The attention to something that really was astonishing for me, but also for a lot of people who heard this. I was following the speech of President Zelensky today. I don't know if you all followed it. It was an impressive, I think, stand for Europe and the strength of Europe also that comes from your country. And what was interesting, if we connect it to our subject, is that he announced again that Ukraine will bring food to Syria and will have a strong supply for the Syrian people, which he also sees as a European initiative. My question to you, that's the first time I hear that a country at war does that. Is this PR, or what is behind that?
I think first, I think that there is nothing unusual here. So that I think that this is something that is natural for Ukraine, but I think that it's easy to talk about it now. Yeah, so that when we went through maybe darkest hours in our agriculture, I think that first and foremost about military aspect on wheat and food security, what happened and why for us it is important in times of war to support our partners. So that this is the biggest difference between us and Russia. Russia is nominally as well big producer of wheat. So that's, but this is actually was their policy. So that we can send wheat to Syria, or we can send fertilizers to Mali or to other African states, but it will cost you your position in the UN. It will cost you your supporting us, so that supporting Russia in their aggression, etc. So, and their blockage of this Black Sea Grain initiative, as you mentioned, about the fact that Russia actually sabotaged this Black Sea Grain initiative brokered by Turkey and the UN, was actually also to indicate that we block this trade route in order to spread hunger. So that's why for us, it was important to highlight that for us, the food security is something beyond war. So usually hunger was considered in military law, in humanitarian law, in case of siege. Yeah? So that when there is a siege of city and the enemy cannot actually block supply of food because people will die from hunger. In case of Russia, it was siege of the rest of the world. So it was not only siege of Odessa, yes, so it was siege of Odessa ports, but the hunger spread in Africa. So that's why for us, it was politically absolutely important to indicate that food security should go beyond any military conflict. We cannot use it as a weapon. So that's why for us the initiative Grain from Ukraine was so important from the very beginning. That's why for us the very difficult and delicate brokerage of Black Sea Grain initiative was important. It was very delicate in 2022. That's why for us it is so important that we have support of our partners in military defense of our seaports, because the freedom of navigation is ensured by military support of our partners, the Netherlands, the United States, the Germany, and also others as well. So this is first part of this of your question. Second one is a region. So Ukraine was supplier of food to Mediterranean for thousands of years. So it's really so that even antique Athens and antique Sparta, so that they clashed about where to buy wheat. Yeah, so that's from Black Sea, from modern Odessa region, or from North Africa. So that's why before all wars, yeah, so that in Syria and in Lebanon, we used to be a core supplier of food to that region. So that before 2022, we sent to Lebanon the food on the amount of $1 billion. So even this year, it is like $400 million. So that this is something so important for the region that we cannot just neglect it. So that's why it was so important to indicate that it's above the policy, above the politics, that this is the region where we used to supply grain for centuries, and we will continue to do so without any bargaining, without any trade-offs, so that we supply you something for something. No, this
political support. You mean,
at least for political support. That's why it is so important, and it goes definitely beyond any political calculation. So it's more serious.
I think you wanted to add something.
Indeed, and I wanted to follow up because, as a Ukrainian, journalist, we saw the world or war correspondents heading to Damascus, and all of a sudden, Ukrainian Minister of Agriculture is in Syria. Not somebody I would expect. So, what was that? You said it was very important. What you saw there? What was the operation on the ground?
I liked the reaction of mass media of that region, because the top headlines were the Ukrainian Minister for Agriculture has a secret mission in Damascus. In reality, I think that there's quite a lot of things common between the delivery of arms to Ukraine and of grain to Syria. It has to be stable, long-term, and easy to forecast. In order to continue with Taras's message, we do not have to trade with this country, like we will send you several hundred tons of food and you will press the button while voting. There has to be not only food delivered to the country that we want to help, but also technologies. So our next step is delivering technologies from Ukraine to different countries. 60 countries of the world are mined today, and it is Ukrainians' mission to demine them. We will provide for irrigation there with new drone technologies. Ukraine has to be there, not because we want to be different. It's just that we know how to do this. We understand very clearly what is help to Ukraine, how it transformed our agrarian sector, and we have to pass this experience on to other countries and to reach the aim of zero hunger. This is what I wanted to add. And also, I would like to say that the next thing is science.
Looking at the person, it's not like you're the richest person in this town. It's not today, for sure. But I have here Artem Shevalov, who is from the board of the directors of European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So on the how to finance and how the finance affect the food security. Yeah.
Thank you. And it's a brilliant panel, and thanks for having me contribute as well. Look, yes, funding is absolutely critical, and EBRD, as the largest investor in the Ukrainian economy, is doing its best. The thing is that, and let me start with a caveat, it's not a one-shop show. EBRD alone or World Bank alone or EIB alone will not be able to finance that. For one simple reason, Ukraine is the biggest country on the European continent. It's just the land mass is way too big for any one player to be able to tackle that. Having said that, what EBRD does is supporting local companies, both large agricultural corporates, but also smaller farmers, which we mostly do through the local Ukrainian partner banks. And again, that works amazingly. Let me remind everyone here that Ukraine is one of the very few players globally, one of the very few countries globally who do have large-scale industrial agricultural production. Small farmers or medium-sized farmers, Rania, they're brilliant. It's more about employment and community impact rather than food security. If you want to feed millions, you have to produce industrially. Ukraine is good at that. Again, EBRD will be moving in that direction, but we will need support from other IFIs, and critically, we will need support from private sector creditors. Why I think it would work? Ukraine has, as you know, has recently, in recent years, has finally commoditized its land. So land is now can be owned by farmers, which of course is a major breakthrough from the financial point of view, because if you can use the land as commodity, if you can use the land as a collateral, you can then fund your agribusiness. We are moving in that direction. War, of course, is a major difficulty because, again, you can own the land, you work, you can use it to finance your production, but if there's a chance of a Russian missile landing there, it makes it difficult for a bank to use it as a collateral. That's why, again, the end of war is absolutely essential to us moving forward. Important financial point of focus that we'll be having in the next, unfortunately, many months and probably many years is demining. I think colleagues mentioned that before. EBRD is now working with other financiers, is now working with the Ministry of Economy on some programs where the state is looking to support farmers in funding demining activities on their fields. Here, it is. I'm happy to say that the government is there. The government is chipping in to make this product available for the farmers. It's now the issue of financing not only the farmers, but actually the demining companies, because we feel that we are ready to fund that. We do have the financial muscle. We don't have enough deminers. So again, if there are people in the room who know how to demine agricultural land, you know where to come, not to the EBRD, to the individual farmers and to the government. EBRD will be there to support them. And again, it's the numbers game. EBRD last year did 2.4 billion euros in Ukraine, a record year for the EBRD, a drop in the ocean for what Ukraine needs. We will increase our presence there. We will work with private sector co-financiers. And again, if there are private sector co-financiers in this room, again, please do reach out, and I'm sure we'll find projects together.
It won't be right. You passed the mic, but I said, like, to speak about that without those who really can tell about what they actually lost. I want to give a floor to Katerina Spivakova, who represents Kernel, which is the largest producer of sunflower oil in Ukraine and, one of the larger agriculture company in the country.
Yeah, the panel discussion is slowly moving from the stage. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. So, Natalia, you have asked the question, what kind of challenges are currently like medium and big producers facing, and I can give you some information from the first hand. So basically, first of all, and the most critical for us as a big exporter, we are exporting to 60 countries worldwide. This constantly repeated missile attacks, shellings of our ports, trading ports, and our storages and processing plants, so agricultural infrastructure. It is done on purpose to destroy this value chain, to destroy the economy, and to terrify the world, in fact. And we have calculated, just for our company, we have losses on the level of around 50 million euros because of shellings of our own assets. Secondly, it's demining problem and occupation. 20 to 25% of the territory is currently occupied and mined, and it means basically, of course, less production. Crédit Agricole has calculated that for the first 2 years of war, Ukraine has produced 49 million tons less of grain and 9 million tons less of sunflower oil, which is, of course, which means, of course, less supply for the countries who need this product most. And then we have several times already mentioned access to financing. It's complicated for big companies like us, and it's almost impossible for medium and small enterprises. We had quite a unique case for Kernel. Last year, we have managed to secure 150 million euros of support, financial support from European institutions, and we will use this money for buying seeds from farmers, and we will also develop our support program for medium and small-sized farmers, which are our partners. And then also the labor shortage due to immigration, due to mobilization, and basically we are employing 11,000 people, and now 1,000 people of my colleagues have joined military forces. And I think the situation is pretty much the same for others as well.
I want to pass the floor also to Vladislava Magalecka, who is advisor to the Minister of Agrarian Policy.
І тепер передам слово пані Владиславі Могилевській з Міністерства аграрної політики та продовольства. Може, ви відповісте на всі ці виклики? Так, я не буду промову тут виголошувати. Я хотіла б сказати, якщо хочеш миру, готуйся до війни, сівіт спасис парабелом. І це означає, що ми маємо готувати. І світова продовольча програма також є бойцем на цій війни, бо ви надаєте можливості доставити харчі до тих країн, які цього потребують найбільше. Ми використовуємо шерп для цього, оскільки українські шерпи сьогодні досягають найскладніших місць на планеті зі своїми вантажами харчових продуктів. Тож ми думаємо, що для наших виробників дуже важливо бути частиною ваших процедур закупівель. Це їм допоможе надзвичайно. Дякую за цю ідею. Знаєте, я, звісно, хотіла б тут бачити не трейдерів, а агенції з гуманітарного розвитку. Але так, я скажу, що розмінування є важливим. Я кажу так підтримці фермерів і агробізнесу в Україні. І, звісно, я кажу так миру по всьому світі. Але хотіла б підкреслити те, на чому ви наголосили. Також, або відповісти на питання, яке ви поставили. Коли було запущено ініціативу Чорноморську зернову ініціативу, ми мали багато 750 тисяч тонн було використано на те, щоб відреагувати на кризову харчову ситуацію в багатьох країнах. В Ефіопії, в Кенії, в деяких частинах і в Західну Африку, де була ситуація надзвичайно складною. І сьогодні зерно з України, ініціатива також працює, і ми нещодавно говорили з Катаром, який хоче фінансувати, щоб зерно постачалося з України в Ємен і Сирію. І коли ми говоримо про засуху в Східній Африці, то ми розуміємо, наскільки вона була суворою, і треба було нам передивитися, як резерви можна переорієнтувати з інших країн, перенаправити, в тому числі українського зерна. І для нас в межах тої роботи, яку ми робимо в наданні гуманітарної допомоги, те, що ви робите, є важливим, і закупівлі є надзвичайно важливими. Ми забезпечуємо місцеві, регіональні і глобальні закупівлі. І, звісно, процес дуже є суворим, як можна додавати в список потенційних постачальників, але ми можемо працювати з Україною, щоб подивитися на можливості розширення цих списків, і ми проводимо і вебінари, і семінари, щоб навчати наших потенційних постачальників, щоб їх було включено до нашого ростеру. І дуже швидко запитання пов'язане з цим. Як журналістка, я хотіла б дізнатися, чи маємо ми розширити картину, коли йдеться про міжнародну підтримку і допомогу. Ми говоримо більше про розмінування українських земель, а ми не підкреслюємо, що це означає для постачання харчових продуктів всьому світу. Бо розмінування не закінчує всю історію. Ця картина набагато ширша. Ми не повідомляємо людям, до чого це може привести. Тоді, можливо, буде більше підтримки ініціативам розмінування. Ну, будь ласка, робіть так. І ви робіть так. Ми робимо, що можемо вже. І ми розповідаємо всьому світу. Ми багато говоримо про те, чому Україна є центральною в нашій харчовій системі всього світу. Але мені здається, що 22-й рік був роком шоку і витверезіння для всіх нас. І ми впоралися, ви впоралися чудово. Але я тут з вами не у всьому погоджуюся, та будь ласка. Це добре, коли люди не погоджуються. І я можу і з вами не погоджуватися, то таке. Але те, що ви зазначили, відповідаючи на запитання Наталі про Індонезію і те, що вони навіть пшеницю закуповують. Ринок сільськогосподарської продукції є дійсно таки нудним. І коли
So that
here I disagree with you.
To person who doesn't understand where their, let's say, daily daily bread, that the core element of Christian prayer, where it comes from. Yeah, and I think that when you're talking about million tons of corn, it's just like you cannot understand how it works, because million ton is it too big or too small, etc. So and it is good that this topic was boring, because it means that it was a part of commerce. It was a part of daily operation of commerce that works with different investments, like kernel that was developed not like in a day. It's not like AI company that can pop up immediately. It's just that you need years of operation in order to develop infrastructure, to understand markets and so on. And it's about figures. It's about something that is not so attractive. So that's why for us, we still far from raising awareness about how it works in reality. So that indeed the issue of demining somewhere in Ukraine is an issue of survival of a person somewhere in Somalia. The issue of sharing technologies it means less dependence on aggressor. If small farmer in Africa can produce something that can help him to ease his starvation with proper function of world markets, it helps us a lot. As well, the proper function of markets helps World Food Program, because World Food Program is like emergency tool. Yeah, so when markets fail, so that when you need to have literally millions of dollars or millions of dollars to send one ship to Somalia and to save people. So that's why I think that what is important for us is to have very good lesson that in reality there are a lot of things that need to work stable in peace with financial institutions, international organizations, and not so not so emotional, not so like Netflix series. Yes, and for me it will be a success when all these things will once again move out of radars. But for the moment, I think that this is a very good lessons for all our generation, that you just cannot take something for granted. So that if you can easily buy your bread in supermarket, it doesn't mean that it will last for ages without any concerns. We need to be really aware about how it really works and how war somewhere in Ukraine can actually impact your cost of living somewhere in the United States or here in Switzerland as well.
There's a point, sorry, you made earlier about smallholder farmers. Not every country has Ukraine status. Smallholder farmers are critical. For us, the majority of these million are women. And that's a woman who has suddenly financial inclusion, who's able to stand on her feet, who can send her children to school. That changes the narrative for many women across the world. And so I think the world needs both, the large commercial sector, which is so critical, but smallholder farmers are, I mean, honestly, you know, we can continue this conversation until midnight after we finish, but it is such a vital part of the food system across the world. Yes.
And so you wanted to add?
Yes, I've been waiting for somebody to make a mistake and say something like our colleague here. That's the greatest myth that we are fighting against. My question is to all of you in this audience. What's the share of large agro holdings in Ukraine? 23%. It's not 70, it's 23%. Large agrarian holdings produce only 23%. And the other part is produced by small farmer holdings. 4 million Ukrainians live in smaller hamlets, and they thus produce something from their small farm. Ukrainian situation is unique in that we have got large corporations, medium-sized farms, and small farmer holdings, and like 50 hectares or even 5 hectares. If we look at potatoes, 21 million tons of potatoes are grown in Ukraine per year. 460,000 are produced by large businesses. All the other by babushkas in their, homesteads. This, as I said, a unique problem that can be upscaled and rolled out in the world.
Agro companies and traders, they get it from the farmers. That's them who told me, don't talk to me, help the farmers because I won't have enough to buy. So I want to stress, and I think there are enough. We can do all kind of the Netflix series. I met so many farmers, each of them, really deserve blockbuster, any type of the Netflix series about one person, which is extraordinary. We need to round up, but I want to do the thing like that. So, Catherine, you still have maybe the idea of like the good, very brief question, but before that, to give a floor to somebody, so maybe 1-2 people have very briefly asked the questions, and then you'll final.
Yes.
Okay, but please be very brief because we have like 5 minutes for all. Okay?
I'm from the ESA holding in Switzerland. It's just a coincidence that I'm here, and I would like to thank Mr. Shvilov. Yesterday, the marketologists of EBRD were shooting a video at in our fields about our joint work in Ukraine. Thank you, EBRD and Mr. Shvilov. I'm a bit nervous. And when I heard Mr. Kulikov's voice as a translator, I would like to thank all of the interpreters. So we've got the experience of certification with EVDA in the German market and in the Swiss market, and it takes usually 4 to 5 years. So we do need investment in certification, particularly for Ukrainian agrarian startups. They don't have the funds to do so, to undergo certification, to get certificates. So I'm asking this question of Mr. Kachka and representatives of the ministry. We were knocking on your doors, but in vain.
That, and then Catherine, you may be final.
Yeah, so I think that first of all, this is the point when you know that the food security is getting like topic where you can talk a lot, so that it's indeed the universe for food is important, and then this is the issue of standards and moving up in processing, that you need not only like a product but also a paper that proves that this product is safe, that this product complies with certain standards and can be used in production of something else. And this is what we are trying to develop in Ukraine. I think that we succeeded in transformation of our food safety agency for 10 years, and it's this we still in the road like for many years in advance on let's say integration of our of Ukraine into EU food system. First of all, the most complicated food system, but this integration process is also something good, because it means that the quality of products that are produced in Ukraine will be better and better with every year. But I think that you know that I think that we are jumping like for many topics. I want to stay on focusing on something that in reality, when you are talking about the food security, at certain moment it's about big statistics. It's about a lot of procedures and so on. But then at the end, this is about very long road from one particular field somewhere in Ukraine with for small farmer to particular house somewhere in Somalia. So that's what we are trying to do, and we are still far from reaching the final solution here. I think that this is something that we actually went through the crisis of 2022. Now we are more or less stable, but the damage that was done by Russia is in Ukraine for years. The damage that is done for global hunger is for years to overcome. So the situation, it wasn't, and it will require a lot of small, sometimes bureaucratic steps, a lot of efforts in order to fix it. So that's why I think that this is like a starting point for the saga about, let's say, how difficult it is to get bread. Yeah.
I would like to close our session with a positive remark, maybe by you, Mr. Kowal. How do you see Ukraine in the near future as an agrarian country, a member or future member of European Union? What is let you be positive and optimistic?
As an informed optimist, I will pronounce my closing remarks. We do not need pink glasses. We want to develop what we can do best. We can raise and cultivate bread and remain the nation who never attacked anyone but only defended itself. Our future, the future of our agriculture, is discovering and opening the world, and also in persuading Europeans in their awareness that they will be stronger with us. Whatever we do now, we are in the front line, and the agrarian front is a testimony to this, because the front line goes not only through the territory of Ukraine, but also through social phenomena, which are famine, which are unequal access to different boons, and Ukraine is a driver of changes in this. Whatever difficulties we meet, whatever difficulties we are faced with, we will go to our fields, we will sow them, we will cultivate and gather the crops. And, bread is the means of dialogue in peace, not of war.
Exactly. Thank you so much, everybody.
Well done to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Дякую.
Here's Rinaldo. Welcome everybody to our conversation about the incredible game Stalker 2. We have here Maria and Yevgeny Grigorovich, creators of this game. Maria is creative director and Yevgeny is CEO of GSC Game World.
And game director.
And game director.
It's more interesting part of my work.
And it's just fantastic that you came here. Thank you very much. We also have with us heroes of Ukraine, defending Ukraine and actually defending all our security here also. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you for joining us. And some of these incredible people are great fans of your game.
Thank you so much.
And we'll talk about this later maybe. Moderators will be Bjorn Geldhof, Artistic Director of PinchukArtCentre, myself, Thomas Weihe. I want to say for the start only that Yevgeny, Maria with their team created an unbelievable game, but it also has a meaning in the world of geopolitics and economics that is very relevant. Do you know how much revenue gaming creates per year? About 180 billion or more. The mighty music industry, 30 billion. Cinema, 30 billion. So gaming alone creates more than twice as much than these two taken together. And do you know how many people play games, computer games? 3.5 billion. And out of them, 1.7 billion play advanced games on PC and console in the style of Stalker 2. So these people live in this world. They live in this universe. And in this universe, Maria, Yevgeny and their team create kind of a solar system, if I can say so, that is legendary. It's bright, it's wild, and it's Ukrainian. And all those people that play the game, they spend a lot of their living time in a Ukrainian world, in a fascinating Ukrainian world that you will learn now about. Stalker 2 is successor to legendary predecessor Stalker that was released, I believe, 15 years ago. And Stalker 2 came out now and is wildly successful. You will learn about this. So could we start maybe, Yevgeny, Maria, with you telling us a little bit about yourself and about this incredible game that you created?
Yeah, thank you. We've gone a little worried because we are not good in public speaking, and also I can see a lot of important people for us here in the audience. So it will also raise the bar of expectations from me. I'm Yevgen. I'm working on games since 2001. Stalker 2 is the biggest project I work on, and it's made with the biggest team, and it was a colossal work to finish it. It was hard. It's nothing comparing to what's our country going through, but comparing to other game developers, it was hard. Masha?
Yeah, I'm Maria. Hi. Yeah, I'm nervous too. Sorry for that. I wanted to say it was, but it's still one of the most important projects for us. Not only because it was released within full-scale invasion, after full-scale invasion, but also because we really wanted at the beginning doing something incredible, something so ambitious and so Ukrainian as well. When we tried to build a game, when you would be love the process of being there in this world, in this universe. And this is about process, about life. And we hope that if you will love playing this game, you also will love something about like Ukrainian soul, because it's there. It's made by Ukrainians with Ukrainian culture, with Ukrainian works by Ukrainian. So, yeah. So sorry.
Perhaps it's interesting to also give a little bit a scope of this game. I mean, you're obviously not the only ones working on it. I think you have a great team. I think yesterday you said
480 people.
480 people working for
6 years.
6 years on the game.
We start with a smaller team, but we grew and released the game with 480 people, and everyone is necessary to finish this big project. Maybe it's even bigger than we expected, but it was important for us to finish it in this size and not try to reduce something from the game, and to keep it in this full scale.
And you were making this game for 6 years, then the full-scale invasion happened. And what you told me yesterday was that for you, that meant a complete changeover for the team. What could you tell us what happened, how you approached it?
It's a different answers from where to start. Starting from Ukrainian, it's totally different world, but it's a story that every one of us are telling you, and especially the armed forces are like. So it changed our understanding of who we are, what is important for us, and for example, all of us knew that we are Ukrainians, and it's our identity. We know that, but when someone came with the arm and want to kill you because you're Ukrainian, and it's become the question of existence. And in this moment, being Ukrainian starts to be much more important. It's super important. And on this point, making this game, which is Ukrainian game, you want to make it the way that you would be proud of that this game was made in Ukraine. And what we are doing with the game, so our efforts is much lesser than what army does, but at least we are trying to do as much as we can to make through this project this cultural impact on the world, to remind people all over the world what's going on in Ukraine, because a lot of us remember and understand it, but a lot of people who are living in their villages all over the world, they may forget about it, what's going on in Ukraine. Maybe it's not so important for them already, but bringing them the product, the story, which brings Ukraine topic to the top, and they are touching it directly. So they are playing this, they are seeing this nature, this beautiful world. And it became our goal, our very, very, very important goal.
So I think we will dive into this incredible work you have done of representing Ukraine. But what is important for the audience to understand, Stalker 2 had in the first 36 hours more than 1 million downloads. They're not
copies sold.
Sorry.
Second part, we have also a lot of players who played it freely, and we also have a lot of pirates who download the game, and it's mostly on Russia side because they can buy the game. They are isolated, but they can pirate it and play the game with Ukrainian voiceover,
which is amazing to understand, and I think we should look at the game because many people here might just not know what Stalker 2 is. And just to put that in context, the first edition, Stalker 1, which I believe was 3 editions, sold over 15 years, I'm sorry.
70 million.
17 million copies. That over a very long period of time. The new game, 1 million in 36 hours. And I think what we're going to see in this conversation is how incredibly Ukrainian this product is and how they kind of bring, in a way different than anybody else, Ukrainian culture abroad, convincing people about the beauty of Ukraine.
Not even abroad, but into this online universe
Exactly.
where billions live as much and as importantly as in the real world. And there is now a Ukrainian galaxy, which is wildly successful.
And this galaxy is a bit strange. You know, I think you should say, what kind of game is this? This perhaps interesting just before looking at this trailer, because I think everybody else will just fall off their chairs once they see this trailer without...
I wouldn't raise the bar. Yeah, we have some images that help us, but for most of us who know who we are, who know the game, it wouldn't be some information, but there is still someone who don't know who we are, what is the game industry, why is Ukraine is big in game industry and what's going on. I'll just bring several minutes for the maybe not so interesting information. So first, we are a company that was founded in 1995, and in 2000 year we released a big game, Cossacks. It's a historical game which named as a fighters, Ukrainian fighters of 18th, 17th century. So it was the first project, cultural important project for Ukraine, and it was incredibly successful in Europe, in Germany, England, France, Italy. So everyone, it was like incredibly popular product for PC players, and it was the first game made in Ukraine, which, like, in the name was already Ukraine. Yeah, and we also released already a lot of games. We have many different titles, not only Stalker, and we are developing multiple projects at once. About the game, it's a first-person shooter. It's an immersive simulator with horror elements. It's an open world and with a non-linear story. It's released in 20th November 2024, and it has 18 languages localized to 18 languages and 2 languages with voiceover, Ukrainian and English.
So to make that understandable, there's actually only 2 languages that you can hear.
Yeah.
For the rest, it's subtitles. So you choose either English or Ukrainian.
And I would ask to start the video, the technical team.
Скіфе, радий тебе бачити, друже.
Scythian, I am glad to see you, my friend. We are living. Just look at that. My motherland, so great a land of Cheremesh and Prut. You are my only love, my native land, my motherland. And you are alive. After years of work, a group of scientists managed to tap into the noosphere, the Earth's information field, an achievement comparable at best to the reconquest of space, outer space. It was a turning point not just for science, but for the fate of the human race as well. A stalker here
scanning for tour availability. Naturally, the truth couldn't come out about the secret labs, brutal experiments, and other such dubious undertakings. It was out of the question. They were leaked. And so they got all carried away with their dreams of a perfect world. Gateway opens, X11 awaiting connection. And lo and behold, what do we have decades later? The zone, in our image, after our likeness. Back off. You wanna play soldiers with me? You picked the wrong side, Stalker. A good man is always on time for good. Who says I'm a good man? Richter, the person from the isolate, and I, this car. So you've seen the anomaly outside the zone? That's why I'm here. I've heard the rumors, but never firsthand. I've got a funny feeling there's more trouble here. Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. And if you've ever go to Pripyat, the first ride on the Ferris wheel is mine. Why is the night bright, the moon shining down to the earth?
Exactly.
Thank you.
I hope you like it because we spent 6 years of our work to make it finish. Yeah.
Yeah, we already say that it was really succeed. So it was a lot of online players on Steam and 23.
121,000 simultaneously people who played the game at once on the globe.
Exactly.
And for those who don't understand this, I didn't understand that. They say it's a lot.
So
it's a lot.
It's
yeah.
a lot.
And it only on one platform. And for first 30 days after release, 23.6 million hours watched about Stalker on Twitch, and it's only one platform, only Twitch without YouTube. So it's a lot, really.
22 million is also a lot.
Yeah. And we had 3 nominations on Steam Award, like Game of the Year, Best Narrative, Game Design. So it's really extremely cool. Yeah. But still, for me, it's important to say that when you're doing art, and we truly believe that computer games is one of the new kind of real art and more complex than any other kind of art. When you do something with your soul, and part of your soul is your nationality, like obvious. So you do it like Ukrainians, not because you, even without purpose or thinking about it, it's just inside you, because it's part of your identity. So some things you wanted to put more or show more to the world, and some glimpse of it which will show later. But still, it's I think it's important to think about it and not do something like як перекласти мімікрувати.
Not to mimic, not to copy, not to copy something.
Right, not to copy some other identity, like do it with your identity, proud of your identity, your culture, and
And
do
I think
it.
we should really dive into that. I'm also looking at the clock, and you know, this has been a majorly successful game, and perhaps we can go to the next slide, because this hasn't just been a game that is successful online.
Just a few words. So the game released. Next day, it was very successful in Ukraine. It supported a lot of people. A lot of people write us that they are so happy that we released. They, from what they saw at the moment, they loved it, and everyone was very emotionally raised. And yeah, we have like tweets from Defense of Ukraine, from Minister of Foreign Affairs. So a lot of people write about the game, and a lot of our, yeah. So it was also very successful inside the country. It's for those who are outside. So it's in Parliament, and it's the deputies, and they're doing speech
still,
about the game.
It's cool, thank you.
Yeah.
But still, most important that and we're really proud of it, and it's God's blessing that we have. Can you switch? Thanks. Because it's yeah, it's God's blessing that we have so cool audience inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine, because it's honor to have this kind of audience. So sorry, it's not the place, but thank you. Thank you so much that we have you. Yeah, thanks. Sorry.
And this film, this game got much more attention. It also got internationally attention, and I think we'll see now very shortly what this means.
Yeah, this movie about creating the film, it was created with partnership with Microsoft, Xbox. They were doing the financing. They bring their Emmy Award-winning director to make this movie. It's made for the Western audience, adapted for Western culture, and it shows our story and this story of war, story of Ukraine through our personal stories. And we were making the game. We will show like a small teaser to highlight what's look like. It was it's available in YouTube, and there is a lot of people watched it and also get a knowledge of what's going on through the games, because not all the gamers are like, yeah. Technical team, could you please press?
Ми стоїмо на спинах легенд.
We're standing on the back of on the shoulders of giants who created the first Stalker. But we had faith in ourselves, and we were sure that we will manage to do this. Then we realized how it can all end so suddenly, and how one can lose everything. You don't know what to do, absolutely. Subconsciously, we were all ready to die. I have lost all contact with my relatives. I hated this helplessness. There were thousands of people who were ready to fight. We loaded our weapons with one hand and made the game with the other. That's who we are. The game for us is now an element of resistance.
We'll
And this documentary is also a sign of small impact of we are doing just a video game, and its affects through different media to totally different audience and bring other ideas through what we are just doing the game.
And now we heard a lot about the game, but I think what we haven't heard yet is where does it take place and how is it so Ukrainian? And I think that would be great to dive into now.
Yeah, so all this game are going on the Chernobyl exclusion zone area. It's 64 square kilometers of Ukrainian land, and all the millions of players who play this game and who like it or not like it, they're going through on Ukraine by their foots and visiting our villages, seeing our paintings, art, nature, and culture. And not everyone knows that they are on Ukraine, but they are there. And a big part of Stalker and appearance of this game, as even Stalker 1, was the Chernobyl disaster. It was not so long ago. It was like year 86, but it's still on the moment where first Stalker started developing, it was still very remarkable and something that you read a lot, still find some information about it. And it was an idea to make the game connected to Ukraine, and we start building the story and the Stalker series around this Ukraine, Chernobyl as a symbol. And the game is a science fiction. It's an alternative history. It's how the world could work, move differently in case of science fiction things happened, but it's all around this area.
Like, Chernobyl tragedy is part of our identity as well. Not because it's a good thing, no, it's still tragedy, but every Ukrainian knows about it. Every Ukrainian knows someone who really hurt because of Chernobyl tragedy. So it's part of us. And if after every tragedy you can doing something with it, like new energy, new kind of art or something, like it can to be your strengths, not your, it's still tragedy, but you can do something with that, and it start to be a game. It can be start like movies, something, music, like everything can be really part of your, can start to be part of your culture, your art, and moving your nation after that. So I hope everything that our nations through right now, after that, we will start be stronger or do something with that. Like, because Ukrainians survived so many times for whole history. So it's important to use something and make energy from that.
And you said that Chernobyl also is a symbol for breakdown of Soviet Union because Soviet Union didn't pay attention to people.
Yeah,
and no system can survive that doesn't
I really think that. I think that it was one of the last bricks on this why Soviet Union disappeared in like 5 years later, like 4 or 5 years later, and also believe if you don't think about your nation, your people, like humanity, every totalitarianism will be disappear. Not maybe today, maybe not after 5-10 years. You need to be patient to wait in it. But sooner or later, people start to think about it, feeling about it, and start to be wanted to be free.
At least Ukrainians start to think about it, and after this example of how Soviets treat Ukrainian people, how they share information, Ukraine decided to not take part with USSR, and now we are fighting for independence, but it's the same.
And I mean, you feel that in your hearts and in your souls, everything is Ukrainian, and you made it from this soul, but you did more. You brought Ukraine to the forefront, and I think we already touched upon the fact that you have only two languages, English and Ukrainian. Being Ukrainian is there as a systematic presence. What did that do? What's the reactions on that? Can you give us an insight of it?
I'll just put this slide here. So we got a lot of feedback from the media, from the players. They all recommending, look, please play this game with Ukrainian language and with English subtitles, because it's totally different experience. Like it's impossible to experience Stalker game playing in different voiceover, not authentic voiceover. And it was like media all over the world recommended the same thing. And
a lot of players as well, like it's really interesting for them playing Ukrainian and deeply feel what we put in this game, because of course English is not our native, like, obviously. So
you called it soft Ukrainization.
Ukrainization.
Exactly.
Ukrainization
of the world.
Yeah. Even it was really fun fact. Our pirates, who's mostly Russians, like playing Ukrainian because it's easier for them.
Closer language that they know.
Yeah, and a lot of them told in their streams or comments like, "Oh, it's totally different language.
I don't understand anything. What are they talking about?"
And it's completely different from their propaganda about like same language, it's only dialect or something like that. So we show it to them like it's not. And some people start to be we'll talk about a little bit later, but a lot of people from them starts to listening Ukrainian artists because it's cool, like, and something like that. So if we can doing something like that, when they start to laugh Ukrainian, it can be helpful. I don't know, maybe not now, maybe after, I don't know, 5-10 years.
I think it's extremely helpful, right? It's exactly what we have to do. We have to spread Ukrainian culture. That's what you do incredibly effectively. And I think you have some examples of how you also bring music and how you kind of push Ukrainian bands forward. Perhaps you can tell us about that.
Yes, we have a
but
video
first
for
you will
this.
speak about this.
It's just an example of piece of Ukrainian culture. So it's an mosaic piece of artwork in Mariupol. Currently, it's destroyed, it's not reachable. It's some part of culture we may lose. We have a reimagine of this piece of art in our game. It's slightly different, but it's keep the same idea. And this piece is built around Taras Shevchenko and the Ukrainian language as one of the key aspects of Ukrainian nationality, that it's a different thing. And it's one example. It's an example of what we told, that a lot of medias recommend playing this game on Ukrainian. It's just different screenshots from the game with Ukrainian texts, with alphabet, which is different from Russian. So other, yeah. And we also try to bring, we wanted to bring,
let's see video.
Please turn on video and we'll explain it.
Добре біля духи. Вітер виє, метал співає. Краса.
The group is called The Unseeing, and the track is called How to Live. Then the other group, which is called the Blue Dawn, and the piece is called Coming Back. And now Yermak is singing Ragnarok piece. Don't believe anyone is the inscription on the column. Then Anastimosa is singing about chrysanthemums.
Yeah, like we put in a game 450 Ukrainian tracks, Ukrainian
songs,
and
how many bands?
I think 350, something like that. I don't remember exactly number, but it's a lot. And it was our idea before full-scale invasion, like to help Ukrainian music start to be maybe not still popular, but they Western audience, foreign audience,
there.
Yeah, access there, hear that, because and it was important for us to help a lot of like indie
bands.
Indie bands. We also have a famous one, but it's still important for us to help them because it's yeah. Okay.
Just a small example of our impact: before release, after release, before release, after release, and we helped our music as well.
Yeah, but I think what this game really does, and you know, they have prepared I think 30 more slides, but we have to go a little bit through them. What this game in the heart does is it promotes Ukrainian culture in a way that, and I have to say that with some shame, even we, PinchukArtCentre, who has that in our core, yeah, we want to promote Ukrainian culture, we're far not as effective as they are, as they do this in such a great manner. And not only through music, what you now go through is how they take Ukrainian cultural artifacts. We've seen the mosaic of Mariupol. We have seen other, or we will see, we have here, you know, this kind of small icon. They bring these elements of culture into a contemporary form that audiences who would never go to a museum or not necessarily go to a museum, they encounter. And they relate this to Stalker. And they know Stalker, that's in Chernobyl, that's in Ukraine. They start to understand this is Ukrainian culture.
And they choose which world do I want to live in this afternoon. What's the most exciting world? This world is Ukraine that they choose in Stalker.
And I think this is not only an act of creating a new world, it's also a memorization of a world that is at certain points being lost. As you know, even these elements, which are bus stops, right, which are very, we all know them from the landscape, but they're slowly disappearing. And what they have done is they have kind of kept it in a very contemporary form, and going further than that, because it's not only inside of the cultural form, it's also inside of the landscape. And I believe you had this book about the plants in the closed zone, 600 plans or so, or 600 pages. I can't remember what you said.
Yeah.
That all get a place inside of this game. So, in a very intriguing way, they have given Ukraine the place that Ukraine should have on the world, and I think that's something we could never achieve so
and
wonderful.
in a very Ukrainian way, bringing together most ancient history and nature and layers upon layers of history with the most modern, even science fiction, most wild and most creative new things. And I think this is a combination that is just magnetic. And this is why people choose your world to live in.
And it's our chance to share how beautiful is Ukraine and why it's important. And it shouldn't be important not only for us, but for everyone, because it's an important culture.
And I think it's important also doing this, our feeling of culture, not only for foreign people, but also inside the country for Ukrainians, because we can share a lot with them also, because it's important for us as well, not only for foreign people or something. And even if we will do some other project, maybe UIP something, and it will be not Chernobyl exclusion zone on this or this plans or something, because it's easier to do in that kind of game. You still can put your important cultural elements in your art.
It's like Japanese films or games. They are not trying to push something Japanese. You can always say that it was made by Japanese, because they can do an American style movie. It's totally different culture, and we are Ukrainians, and the games we are doing are Ukrainian games, and no one can do the games as we do, and we can do the games as United States can do, or Asia. We're totally different, and we are doing fun games, but it's in different games.
And I think that's a great moment if you are ready, Tatarin, Darina Smolnikova, to talk a little bit about what this game means to you, what role it played and plays in your lives.
Thanks a lot. My name is Rina. I am soldier of Azov Brigade, and exactly I just try to explain for my foreign friends here how it could be pretty personal for Ukrainians, this game. Well, actually, I terminated my playing this game to my vacancies because I just need to give myself place for a sadness, to live through it and to feel everything I need to feel while playing this game. In Ukraine, we have amazing community, a little bit illegal, but amazing community of Ukrainian stalkers. And I was a part of it. I have an experience about the illegal trips to Chernobyl, to the zone, and I think I explored all of it. And I even haven't shown a trailers as first time I saw it, because I as just expected is so realistic. You look through it and you remember every centimeters of zone. You just can feel the ear there only by watching it, and we will now have this experience after war, because the zone is completely full of mines. It's completely destroyed, and we will now have the experience we had so many years. It was a so important part of Ukrainian mythology to go to a Chernobyl zone, to make it a night so no one will catch you, to spend this time near the fireplace, to get asleep on a 6 energo block because it's the most safe place, I think, to hide from a gadgets. And I'm really sad about it. A few days ago, before I go there, I have a conversation with the medical commander of the National Guard of Ukraine. And now we have some military trainings in Chernobyl zone. It's not a secret. We are officially saying it. And I was talking with him like, Vsevolod, where you will took me with you to Chernobyl? And we have some small talk conversation, and after it he said to me that he was one of the first doctors liquidators in Ukraine, and I even have known this before, so it's as closely connected for every Ukrainian. And the second reason of my sadness is that I have a lot of friends that I want to share this experience, to talk about it, to talk about our experience in a zone, but I simply cannot do it because almost all of them are dead in the first months of war, because they are mostly located in Kyiv. A lot of guys with whom I have my beautiful experience in Chernobyl going to defend Moshun village, and it was one of the toughest battles in Ukraine. And I think now we have only 20 or 30 of us, and now we are trying. Boys are trying to make a memorial book about them, and actually a lot of photos, a lot of how we know zone is from these guys, because a lot of them are photographers and they make a perfect photos. It's like a pieces of art. And actually I have no such a big experience in zone as my friends, but I believe that now this book, this memorial book about guys who left their lives in this battle, in this war, would be like would be more powerful because we have a trampoline with this game, and I think now we have sell it more and we have show it more for people to introduce this unique perspective of these guys, of this unique community. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your words.
Якщо можна буде українською, думаю, ви зрозумієте.
If I could speak in Ukrainian, I hope you will understand me. At the very beginning of the existence of this platform, there was the shot that of a farm, and I remember seeing such a farm in the Donbas region before it was destroyed by the Russians. So this started from Chernobyl with the blue sky, with the river Pripyat, and I was inspired by it because you have to always be focused, and you opened up lots of interesting things and a very interesting universe. And as many guys who played this game, Stalker 1 wanted to get to the zone, and you know, gamers are cynical in their humor, but at some moment, instead of the red forest, it was Svyrydenko forest. Instead of the gas mask against radiation, we started using gas mask against the chemical weapons used by the Russians. And instead of detectors for artifacts, you are starting to use detectors against Russian drones. All of that now affects us mentally, psychologically, emotionally. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart, from Stalker 1, that was part and parcel of my childhood. And now I will enjoy playing Stalker 2.
And I want to thank you, Maria Yevgeny. This was a incredible wide. Oh, Darina, yes. Yes, we have people waiting already downstairs. But
Я
yes.
напевно скажу українською, не знаю, чому зараз
Okay, I'll say that in Ukrainian. Svetlana reminded me of one very unique moment that together with us, our wonderful friend, Sai, who is one of the main characters of Stalker 2. He is our comrade in arms, and quite recently I saw a very brief video from my brigade saying that we should all watch this video. I remembered this guy. I saw him, and he's one of the funniest man to be around. He's very positive. He's very Mary, and it's part of the Ukrainian resistance to the aggression to hear people telling you about cinema, about Stalker 1 and his being part of that. And then he will tell you about his recent combat assignment or mission that he has performed just now. So Sai was let go and participate in the very last fragment of this work to shoot the part of Stalker 2. So thank you very much, and we are thankful to our combat commander who let Sai go and participate in the finalizing of this game. Thanks a lot.
Декілька слів я скажу.
Say a couple of words. My comrade in arms gave me this game as a gift. I didn't have the time to play it, but I downloaded again, and I saw terrible flashbacks from the East, and it does recreate reality of what Russia is doing to our vibrant, wonderful, beautiful Ukrainian cities and villages. And what I saw in this game for myself, and thank you for this sincerity that I saw today here. This game reminds me about our defenders from the Unit 3144 that defended Chernobyl zone from the very first days and minutes of the aggression. And they are now in captivity, and it reminds us that we have to fight for them, for their release, because they fought for us. Thank you very much for promoting Ukraine in the world, for bringing people together in this very inspiring form.
I thank everybody very, very much. Thank you for what you are doing, for your incredible courage. Thank you for your incredible creation. And I think you want to show one last thing of this.
Yes.
What comes out of it?
Technical team, could you please run the video?
Guys, I think we just go through the last slide.
Last slide.
It's the words we put in the credits of the game. Inside, after you finish the game, you see all the people who made this game, and then we dedicate these words for those who defend our countries and who allowed us to finish the game, because without you, we wouldn't succeed at all. And we are so much grateful for it. And every in our team, after listening your words that you told us now, would feel so proud that their work bring so much important for like
it's
exact
honor for us. Thank you.
People. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I may, okay, individually, good.
З інших планів нема, то у нас немає.